Yep. Welcome to Vikings Vintage. We thought we'd do something a little bit different this week. We thought we would take questions from the comment section. We already see one. Uh, there was no defender that fell down. Um, but but yeah, so we'll see what kind of questions you guys have. Try to keep it non-current, but we'll answer current questions as well. But this is like I said, this is a vintage show, so we will do mostly vintage questions.
Hey, are they going to get a link to join us, or?
If you want them to join, they can join.
Yeah, sure. Let's try
Okay.
something different. Let's have a couple join us tonight. What the hell?
Okay.
Vikings, let's win this game. Score Vikings on a relay. Go get that first down, then get a touchdown. Rock 'em, sock 'em, fight, 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 fight. Go Vikings, run out the score. You'll hear us yell for more. Vikings, School Vikings, let's go.
Yeah. Best opening we have.
Yep.
So yeah, Bob. I don't know if you're trolling us or if you really think that, but he did not fall down.
Yeah, this is getting off to a great start already. I can tell. Wow. Bob,
Yeah.
either that or Bob is a closet Cowboys fan.
Yeah, because only Cowboys fans,
Right.
think they fell. But up north.
Right. Hey, Northeast.
So for the first time, we're actually gonna have people come on if you want to ask a question. So we're gonna go ahead.
Something different. Usually
Yeah.
we get in-depth detail about certain years and players and stuff like that. I figured, it's kind of the off season. Let's do this. Let's have where people come on and ask us questions. Talk about their fondest memory maybe of the team. It's a history show, and this team's got a lot of history. So
Yeah.
Norfia's Nate Wright was shoved, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was shoved.
He gave Nate Wright the people's elbow before it was the people's elbow.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. He laid the smackdown on him.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know how any Vikings fan can say that he fell down on that play.
Well, there are people even that aren't Viking fans that say he got pushed.
Yeah.
Only ones that saying he fell down are Cowboys fans and Drew Pearson.
Yep.
But Drew had the perfect answer years later. Drew said, "Well, where was your Hall of Fame safety with over the top help?" That's what Drew's answer was. Drew admitted he pushed him years later.
Yeah. All right, Norpheus. What do you got for us?
Oh, this should be interesting.
You might be typing along.
Hey, Mitch.
What's up, Mitch?
I live in an apartment complex, and my neighbor below me has got whatever he's listening to. It's a movie, and it's on full blast.
Yeah, we had the same issue. We live downstairs,
Right?
And like I said, these apartment complexes are old. I think it used to be old military housing, and there's only plywood in between the floors, so we can hear everything. By everything,
Mm-hmm.
I mean everything. But the people that live upstairs now, they have 3 kids. It's like 2, and they have 2 dogs.
Mm-hmm.
They are the quietest neighbors we've ever had. I'm actually shocked.
Yeah, with those many kids and dogs. Oh, do you know about the supposed curse starting with the hot air balloon in Super Bowl 4? Yeah, I heard about that. Okay. There is no hot air balloon curse. The balloons didn't get off the ground. Matter of fact, if you look on YouTube, the halftime is on YouTube. Matter of fact, the telecast of the whole game is on YouTube of Super Bowl IV. The balloons went right into the crowd. They didn't get only airborne they got was to get right into the crowd.
Did you hit like a kid or something?
Um, like a month earlier, they had a hot air balloon at the Viking 49er game, and they put an 11-year-old kid in the balloon. Well, the balloon was only supposed to go so high, and I guess they were going to bring it back down, right? Well, the balloon got away, and the balloon ended up going over the stadium lights, and it ended up crashing in the Minnesota River, which is quite a few miles away from the stadium. They found him. There's a big story about him. It's on YouTube also. But they found him, they rescued him, and they took him back to the stadium, and he ended up falling asleep in the Viking locker room. So he ended up back at the stadium. But yeah, the Vikings and hot air balloons just do not mix. They didn't mix in '69. Put it that way.
What was it? What was the deal about the hot air balloon? What was like? Why did they even go to it?
It was that was kind of a thing that NFL halftimes did, the whole hot air balloon thing. They would only go up so high, and then they would come back down. It was like a show.
Yeah.
And the ones that the Vikings were involved in went to hell. The Super Bowl one, that one crashed into the crowd. There's like a lower level in Tulane Stadium. It went right through the Viking sideline, right into the corner of the end zone, and it crashed into, I believe, some cheerleaders and right into the lower level of the stadium with a guy that was dressed in Viking garb in it. So it never got airborne. But yeah, I've heard about that. It's like '69 was just a bad year for hot air balloons and Vikings. Put it that way. It's just a bad year. And then to top it off, we got beat in the Super Bowl.
Wait, we lost Super Bowl? What?
Which, you know what, is not. I watched that game again.
Well, Zoe, we are taking questions. If you want to jump on, you can.
Zoe, you can jump on, dude.
We're talking all history, even modern history.
Even modern history, you can jump on.
Yeah, you can jump on. I put the link in there if you need to, or you can go to your StreamYard and join from there.
Yeah, you can jump on. Go ahead.
Yeah,
the more the merrier, because like I said, this is our first.
And then you can you can add your channel to the link as well.
Yeah, exactly.
People as well, yeah.
Exactly.
But, yeah. Let's see.
Oh no! Oh, Barrero. Yeah, he wasn't here when it happened. He was in Chicago. He's from Chicago. Barrero has talked about it. He's like the senior sportscaster here in the Twin Cities nowadays. I haven't liked Barrero. Barrero was one of the original guys, sportscasters that ripped on Denny Green. He was one of the originals. Matter of fact, he was the worst. Barrero was the worst.
Yeah, the only thing I really watch on K-Fan is the initials, because you may not like Corey, but he's genius with that game.
You know what? I used to listen to K-Fan all the time. I just can't listen to it now.
Yeah, when I was at work, I used to listen to it all the time.
Yeah,
I don't. But I it. I like they do I like when Pete Burchich is on there and stuff like that, and because I like when Ben Lieber's on there, because they keep it real. They'll criticize, the Vikings.
Lieber will to a point.
Yeah.
But like I said, he works for not only the Vikings, but he also works for
Fox,
K-Fan, and Fox.
Yeah.
So he can't be too negative. No, he's not one of us. He's a Chicago guy.
Well, what about what's his name? The Common Man. He's from Detroit. Is he?
Common Man. Well, no, he's not. He's from
Because he's a Lions fan, so I thought he was from Michigan.
he's a Lions fan, but I think he's from somewhere here in the Northwest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's from somewhere here in the Northwest. He even had a radio show in the mornings with him and his family. And then that didn't work out, so then they put him back on from he's been there the longest, him and Barrero, since it started. So but yeah.
Yeah, I used to, and I used to watch Score North. I watched when Doogie Wilson's on there. But they talk about the same things over and over again on Score North.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, Score North, what's his name now is getting a ton of heat. Phil Mackey.
Phil Mackey?
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Well, he runs it now. He's like the station director, isn't he?
I think he is. Him and I think Declan is, isn't he?
So
I think Declan's kind of the show director.
Yeah.
But he's been getting a lot of heat now for his takes on Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
And everybody is just bashing him. You know, yeah, sludge and meat sauce.
But that's Corey Cove's old nickname, right? Sludge is Corey Cove, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, meat sauce. He was brought on by Dark Star.
He's not really that dumb, is he?
Meat sauce?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Some of it's an act.
You think it's a bit?
Although sometimes I wonder about him. First of all, he's a Dave Matthews Band fan, so right there he loses kind of some credit with me. I mean, it's just like, dude, he loves that band. I'm just like,
they're not even very good.
No. And the only one who listens to any kind of rock on that station really is hockey.
Persich listens to metal.
Persich is a rocker.
Yeah, because they use Metallica for his theme song.
Yeah,
and they complain about it every time.
Well, Persich also plays guitar, but here's the thing: we got a tribute band up here called Hairball that plays a lot of the '80s metal and stuff like that. Persich has played with those guys on stage.
Yeah,
so he's a pretty good guitarist.
Didn't Superstar? Was he? Because I usually he used to fart on the mic. I heard that was the reason why they kind of let him go.
Who? Superstar?
Yeah.
From what I was told, it was more than that, actually, because Mike is kind of out of the limelight here, because Mike used to do all kinds of things. He even showed up to our semi-pro football games as a guest.
Oh, yeah?
But from what I heard, and he talked about this a lot of time, he suffered a lot of concussions when he was playing. So he might have early onset dementia.
I know he still does the Dodge commercials.
Huh?
He still does the Dodge commercials, doesn't he?
No, I haven't heard him.
Really?
Northeast? Does Sludge hate him? Really?
I can see that.
I can see Corey's a
dick himself.
He's a
from what I hear.
Himself, yeah.
So,
he is an arrogant SOB. You can tell.
Oh yeah.
I think Chris Hockey has a hard time with him because I used to listen to him in the morning, but he takes over the show.
Well, he is the main host, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he took it over. It's supposed to be all three of them, but it ended up being mostly him. You know. But I have a hard time listening to K-Fan now anyway because it's just kind of repetitious BS.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Morris and Morris, you know. Well, and here's the thing. That morning show was put together.
Well, didn't this
for Dark? It was put together for the Superstar.
Well, didn't things kind of change when Dark Star died though?
Yes.
At that station, from what I understand.
Yeah, Dark Star had the he had that, I think he had that 12 1 to 3 slot.
Yeah.
And
so there's all different stations. I'm gonna put all the comments up so people.
Yeah, and he didn't show up for work, so they were wondering what happened. Well, they did a check on him, and PA found him deceased in his apartment.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did. Once Star left, that kind of just changed. That changed the whole dynamic of the network.
So the I guess the Bengals are going to franchise tag T. Higgins,
I saw that they're going to franchise tag T. Higgins.
and then the Dolphins are expected to release Xavier Howard.
Yeah, but how much does he want?
I mean, yeah, if he wants 20, like if he wants a lot, no, but if he's looking, 11, 12, take a chance on him.
Yeah, I mean, the what you call it went up, the salary cap, but
Yeah, it went up a lot. It went up more than people thought.
yeah, so we've got some money to play with, but this team scares me. They're
The
going to
rumor is 3 years on $100 million for Cousins. It's $33 million a year. And they're saying 75 of that is guaranteed.
none of it should be guaranteed.
So
I'm just being. That's just me.
yeah.
None of it should be guaranteed.
Because I was listening to NFL. I was listening because sometimes when I drive around, for extra money, I do like Uber Eats or something like that. So I listen to NFL, Sirius XM NFL. They love Cousins on that show. They are like, because a guy called on the show today saying, fresh start with Cousins and all that. They're like top 10 quarterbacks. They think Kirk Cousins is anywhere between 8 and 10. He's like, I have a hard time. Pat Kerwin, who used to be a GM, was on the show. He says, I have a hard time right now finding 10 quarterbacks in the NFL better than Cousins.
He's not looking hard enough.
So if someone who used to be a former GM says that, and also Mark Dominic also commented on it too, he said the same thing. He's like, Cousins is a top 10 to a top 12 quarterback in the NFL. He's like, there'd be some arguments for some guys who I think are behind him, but some people say there's people better than him. But he is definitely a top 10 quarterback in this league. So he's like, he feel like he can make every throw. And they asked the guy on the phone, they're like, do you think, he's like, there's people out there who blame Cousins, for every loss, like in the playoff loss against the Giants. And the guy at the caller's like, no, I don't blame Cousins for that loss, but I don't see him taking the next step. And the guys on the channel were like, he's a top quarterback. I mean, everybody talks about, yeah, they won a playoff win, so I can see why people don't like him, but it's a team game, And then he's like, none of us are saying that he's Mahomes. None of us are saying that he's Burrow. None of us are saying, that he's a top 3 quarterback, top 4 quarterback. But I'll have a hard time finding 10 quarterbacks better than him. And I'm like, I can think of at least 8 right now. So they're former GMs, and they feel that way about Cousins.
And you know what? That's why they're former GMs. They don't have a job now because of that way of thinking. If that was the case, there would be teams knocking down the door for Kirk Cousins. But nobody is going to give him any kind of guaranteed money coming off of an Achilles injury. This has to be a prove-it contract for Kirk. He's got to prove he can come back. Exactly, Bob. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's got enough for what we were promised if we signed Kirk. He hasn't delivered. So
I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm just saying that's what they were saying.
You're going to have to move on eventually, so move on now. Just move on now. Draft a quarterback, get a bridge quarterback, and take it from there.
So they were talking about that was one of they were talking about in Score North. With Phil Mackey was talking about that today. That there's two contracts out there. That PFF did one, and then Sporak or something like that. I can't remember.
Sport Rack or
Sport, yeah.
Spot Rack or whatever.
He said if they do the Sport Rack one, that his salary cap will go down in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
But if they do the one that Sport Rack says, his cap hit will be $45 million in 2025.
Yeah, you're just kicking money down the road. Again.
But if you do the PFF one, it'll be I think Phil said it was 10 this year, then 10 next year, and then it'll be the year after he leaves, it'll be $8 million. He's like people think that $28.3 billion, the money just goes away. It does not go away. You have to pay for it. Now, how you pay for it is different. As Phil Mackey was also talking about how I think it was Judd who said this. And Judd, even though he's not the main beat writer, I still think he's got contacts in the Vikings organization.
He does. He
was saying that what the agent reports and what the team report of the contract is not the full details of the contract. He says there's a lot of stuff in the contract that's not reported, like how the money's broken up, the bonuses and all that type of stuff. He says that's not reported. It's just the guaranteed money and a link to the contract that's usually announced. It's not the structure of the contract. So he's like, there's a lot of ways you can do it. He said the money, you can't get away without paying the money. You're going to have to pay the money, but you can structure it in a way to where, it works well with the contract.
You know what? And the ones that will probably hang on to him would be the Wilfs.
Well,
be the ones that hang on to him.
They were saying that the guys were on the Sirius XM were saying that could cause a fracture in the front office because say the owners and the coach want Kirk Cousins, but the GM doesn't want Cousins back. Well, who's the more who has the control in that situation? He says, as a former GM, it's my job to run the team. So if the owner says he wants to keep this player and the coach wants him to keep this player, but I, as a GM, don't. The owners, you hired me to be the GM. I should have the final say. And if I don't want him, then he's not coming back.
But here's what people forget. This is what people forget. When Kwesi was brought here, think back to what he said in his press conference. Think back to what KOC said in their press conference. Every decision would be made. It would be like a consensus. No one person makes a decision. The board makes a decision. So basically, Kwesi was hired, like I said before. Kwesi basically checks off a box. Minority hire. Other than that, everything else is done by committee.
So in that situation, if it's a committee, then wouldn't 2 out of 3 be the majority?
Well, the 2 out of 3 would be you might have a couple of fractions.
I think Miller pretty much does what the owners tell him.
Miller's in with the Wilfs. That's problem 1 through. No, take that back.
Here's a question for you.
No, we're not blood brothers, but we're football brothers. We're not blood brothers.
What's up? Where'd you go, Zoe?
Here's the thing. Let's put Ziggy out of the equation. Ziggy doesn't come to Minnesota anymore. He stays in.
No, he does not look well.
Yeah, he's basically given up the control of the team to Mark. So you have two factions. You've got Mark and Andrew Miller on one side. Then you've got Kwesi and KOC on the other side. Now, the final word is Miller and Mark Wilf. Kwesi, he's an analytics guy, bottom line. He's all analytics. That's what he was brought here for, was to figure out a way to straighten out this salary cap dilemma. But Kwesi hired Grigson to be like the football guy. So you kind of got it right there where the final word could be. I mean, Kwesi could be by himself for decision making. He could be. And case in point, Kwesi wanted Harbaugh. He got outvoted. Okay. Does that bode well for Kwesi? No. I mean, this is the last year of his 3-year contract. And they've already talked about extending KOC, but not extending Kwesi. That tells you a lot right there. So the final word's got to be the Wills. It's got to be Mark, and it's got to be Andrew Miller. But Kwesi's already said he doesn't. He's kind of said he's moving on from Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, he kind of said that last year.
Yeah, he said that last year, and he hasn't left that narrative. The one we haven't talked about has said anything. Have you heard anything out of KOC?
The word that everything is saying is that KOC wants him back because it's Cousins is plug and play.
KOC, you know what though? Cousins makes KOC's offense look good.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing which
I like. Yeah. What did Thor say about JJ McCarthy?
Everybody likes McCarthy.
He's shooting up the boards. I don't think the Vikings.
He's shooting up the boards.
I don't think the Vikings are going to be able to get him at 11 anymore. I think they're going to have to trade up if they want him.
Well, and so do you think? I don't know if the Vikings have the collateral anyway to move up.
Well, they definitely got to give round picks of next year. So,
it's kind of like.
But Rap,
what's up?
You have any questions, Rap? We're doing quite open forum, right?
Yeah, if you got questions, we're doing open forum.
You can jump.
Kind of like into Viking history or current Viking stuff. Ask away. Thor compared him to John Elway. Are you serious, Norpheus?
Oh, there's the link if anybody wants to hop on. No, I did not hear that, but come on, man.
I didn't hear that. Really?
One of the greats? Come on.
Oh.
I mean.
And Elway didn't start his rookie year. Elway was actually I'm not a big Bo Nix guy.
I'm a hard no.
Yeah, I'm not a big Bo Nix guy. He didn't really impress me at all.
You gotta look at his SEC. You gotta look at his SEC tape more than his Oregon tape. His SEC tape is not very good.
So I would.
He was not very good at Auburn.
Bo Nix.
If you hear the experts talk about Oregon's offense, what quarterback has come from Oregon and is succeeded in the NFL from that offense?
Oh, currently?
Just other than Dan Fouts, what Oregon quarterback has been good?
Only one I can think of is Dan Fouts.
So, yeah, all the guys who won the Heisman have not been good from that running that style offense. So, guys, look at that. It looks good in college, but when you get to the pros, it's like Tennessee's offense. All these guys want these quarterbacks in Tennessee. Well,
did Justin Herbert go to Oregon?
I do not believe so. I
thought Herbert did. I thought he did go to Oregon.
I mean, did he transfer to Oregon? He's taken that approach to his racing, very process-oriented. He says, I may not be the fastest right now, but I will learn, and I'll learn in a methodical way, hopefully without a lot of mistakes. So, I wonder if he ran the same offense as Bo Nix runs.
Well, he'll be running a different one now. We'll see what he does with Harbaugh. I think he succeeds with Harbaugh.
Yeah, that's Oregon. Yeah. About Nick St. Him. Yeah. Okay, Oregon made. I don't think they ran the same offense with Oregon when Herbert was there.
They had a different. Didn't he have a different coach?
I think they because the Oregon offense now is the same offense that same kind of offense that Chip.
Yeah, he went to Oregon. He went to Oregon.
Yeah, he did. I don't think that was the same offense that Chip Kelly ran when Herbert was there. I think they had a different coach. The coach they have now uses the Chip Kelly offense because Chip Kelly's offense.
Where is Chip Kelly now?
I think he's back. He left the head coach of being UCLA, and I think he's the offensive coordinator. He's the offensive coordinator somewhere. He left being the head coach at UCLA.
He's not back in the NFL, is he?
I don't think so. I think he's in college still.
Still in college?
But there's a thing with college head coaches leaving the head coaching position and going because South Carolina just did it. Sean Elliott, who was when Steve Spurrier left, he became head coach of South Carolina. And he left.
Chip Kelly went to Ohio State.
Yeah, he's Ohio State's coordinator. Yeah, so basically, Sean Elliott left to be. He used to be the head coach at Georgia State.
Mm-hmm.
He left being the head coach at Georgia State to be the offensive line coach at South Carolina.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so people are leaving teams.
What's up, Zo?
As head coaches.
What up, my guy Tony? Cash 84.
What up?
What up, man? I miss going live with y'all, man.
Hey, I haven't had internet for 2 days, man.
Yeah,
I've been going out of my goddamn mind.
Damn, for
They had to
real?
replace the wiring in our whole apartment complex.
yeah, that's why we weren't on.
Yeah,
Y'all tripping.
like put it this way, Zoe. The options
Yeah,
at my
triple
house,
J.
my apartment complex, are cable or DSL.
So look though, hey man, what quarterback y'all want the Vikings to draft, man? Let's be for real with this though. Like who y'all like for real? Who y'all like? Who y'all think? Cause look though, before
I don't
y'all
want Bo
say
Nix.
something,
I don't want Bo Nix. I like
But look,
Caleb. I like Caleb Williams' talent. I don't like his attitude.
I don't trust Caleb
But look,
Williams'
though.
head.
but look though, we know it's gonna be about 2 buses in this NFL quarterback draft class.
There might be more than that.
Might be more than that.
Right now,
I'm talking about the first round.
Yeah, there might be more than that.
Quarterbacks taken in the first round. The last, I think someone said. So I saw it somewhere on some YouTube channel. The quarterbacks taken in the first round the last 15 years, it's a 40 to 60. It's not even 50-50. It's 40.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you what though.
60% of them bust out.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you about this.
I could work with JJ.
I could work with JJ, but you know who I really can't work with, but I can't talk bad about him? It's Drake May. I watched Drake May play for 2 years. I literally watched a quarterback play football. No highlights or anything. I don't think he was a good quarterback for real.
You know what? I seen him. They North Carolina played the Gophers this year, and I wasn't impressed with Drake May at all.
Yeah,
Drake May
that
has that word that gets GMs and coaches fired.
right, but catch. But what game had you watched from Drake May and say he is that guy? Like what game? Because I haven't seen no game.
No,
I
I'm
haven't
not.
seen it either.
I am not. What I'm saying is that a lot of times scouts and stuff they don't look at that stuff.
You know,
They look at potential, which is what he has, and that gets GMs and coaches fired.
See, okay, see, I can feel you on that.
Personally, to me, Drake May is this year's version of Will Levis.
I could believe that.
He's this year's Will Levis. So if you do draft him, you're probably going to have to put a lot of work into him.
But damn, they gonna move up and draft him?
No.
Shit, they gonna move up and
No,
draft him.
Well, here's the thing.
He is still going top 3 in mock draft.
Yeah, here's the thing though. We still don't know what the Bears are going to do at 1.
I think the Bears either gonna trade that pick or take Caleb Williams.
Caleb.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
That
I
is true, Morpheus. May
I ain't gonna lie to you,
Yeah,
Tony.
May was on his own, Morpheus. Here's
I ain't gonna lie to you, Tony. I see the Bears and the Redskins trading 1 and 2, and the Bears taking probably May, and the Commanders take Caleb Williams.
if that happens, that means they're keeping Justin Fields. The Bears.
Hell no! Not if you draft Drake May at number 2.
They're not going to take Drake May.
I think they is.
If they go 2, they're probably
plus,
taking Harrison.
Hey, look
If the
though,
Bears
Tony,
go to 2,
plus,
they're taking Harrison.
and plus they can get their wide receiver, because I believe that receiver from LSU or from Washington will still be there at number 9.
And teams are saying that if a team takes Jordan Daniels, I've heard this from a couple of.
You mean Jaden Daniels?
Like I heard this from a couple of scouts, guys, like there's a guy I watch on YouTube. He's a former scout. He just does YouTube videos now, so he's still connected with scouts. He was saying that a team that takes Jaden Daniels is still probably going to take a bridge quarterback because Jaden Daniels is not big enough to play yet in the NFL. For the type of style that he wants to play, he's not big enough yet to play.
I feel the same way about JJ though. I could respect.
Oh, that. JJ definitely
has catch.
Yeah.
Put up JJ's question here. He's underappreciated. For as good as he was to play in the era that he did, to play never miss a game. I mean, he was the captain.
Come on, JJ. We talking about new school, man. You took Tony down memory lane.
But here's the thing.
No, the show is the vintage. I said we was gonna talk about everything.
But
this vintage tonight?
He should be in the Hall of Fame. There's dudes getting in the Hall of Fame now who can't even hold a candle.
Right. Marshall. Here's the thing with Jim is say whatever you want. The wrong way doesn't matter. The 4 Super Bowl losses do hurt, and I talked to Bob Lurtzum about this years ago. The thing that hurt Jim the most as far as national media is he was overshadowed by Alan Page and Carl Eller. But to us Viking fans, we know how great he was. We do. So
everybody's disappointed. Everybody's
I won't say hi to Mama Cash before I say anything else. I won't say hi to Mama Cash.
Everybody's upset that Jared Allen's not getting in. Jim Marshall was a hell of a lot better than Jared Allen was.
Okay, Jared Allen didn't play his whole damn career with the Vikings either.
No, he didn't. He came from
Buffalo. He went to Kansas City, Chicago, and Carolina.
Who?
Jared Allen.
Jared Allen. He played for Carolina?
Yeah, he went to Super Bowl.
Yeah, went to Super Bowl.
They traded him.
You talking about afterwards?
Well, he started with Kansas City.
No, I thought he started with Buffalo.
No,
I ain't know that.
He started with Kansas City. Then Carl Peterson fucking bent him over and shafted him.
Yeah,
that's why he came to Minnesota. And then after Minnesota, I think he told the Vikings that he wanted to retire or something, but then he ended up playing the 1 year in Carolina. But then that's why he came back as a Viking.
No. He was a free agent, and what's his name wasn't going to re-sign him.
Yeah.
And then his wife is from Chicago, so he played in Chicago. And then Chicago traded him to Carolina because he wanted out of Chicago.
Well, I'd want Chicago too.
You know what? They ain't never going to be nobody better than Moss. Not in Viking history.
No, I don't think so. Moss was different, man.
Yeah,
I ain't changing my name to Catch 18.
And look though, Cash, like JJ cool, but JJ don't give me what Moss gave me when I watched the Minnesota Vikings, though.
No.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
He don't give me that.
I know he's not in here, but Steve said the guy, the Packer fan who comes on the show, said that Randy Moss never went over the middle, which is the biggest.
He went over the middle more than Chris Carter.
Yeah.
I could believe that. I could take that.
Okay, for me, when I started watching the Vikings, it was it was supposed to be Gary Quazzo, but it was 71, so they had 3 quarterbacks: Quazzo, Norm Snead, and Bob Lee. So the next year is when we got Tarkenton
So
back.
I started watching when I was like 5, 6, so that would have been 80, 81.
Tommy Kramer.
Tommy Kramer.
Kramer. And Zoe, probably when he was watching, it was Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, that's my guy. Hey,
Yep, it was Randall Cunningham.
And Joe, that was my brother's favorite.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. He my top 5 Minnesota Vikings quarterbacks.
That's my
Cunningham.
That's why my brother was.
I got Cunningham. I got Cunningham up there too. I got him even for the 1 year. I got him up there.
Yeah,
but he was playing. He played good ball, and when I think of him, I mostly think of him in Philly.
Yeah, that's why my brother, and that's why my brother was an Eagles fan.
Because
why my nephew now.
So when Randall Cunningham played in Philly, oh my God, he was Michael Vick before Michael Vick.
Catch, yo, people like Randall Cunningham, huh?
My brother's favorite player was Randall Cunningham.
Man, Randall Cunningham.
He would say, Randall Cunningham, that's my dog. Before my brother, the last person.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all, but maybe y'all know. Was Randall Cunningham the only quarterback in the NFL at the time that was scrambling and throwing the football like they doing now?
Yes.
I think other quarterbacks that would scramble, but he was the one that the other teams feared would run.
Buddy Ryan, when he was in Philly, Buddy Ryan let him freelance.
Man,
he let him freelance. Man. The only reason Randall stopped doing what he was doing because he got hurt.
Yeah.
In the season opener in 91, tore up his knee, was out for the year. That's how Jim McMahon got.
But it's amazing that he didn't get hit on that helicopter hit that he did.
What helicopter hit?
When he flipped into the end zone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
JJ said, what's y'all opinion on Cam Bynum and John?
We know why Cam Bynum's your guy, JJ, because he pretty much is taking you to the Philippines.
Cam is okay.
He's nice. I like Cam and Josh though.
He's probably going to be. The word is that Smith is retiring, so
he needs to.
So Metellus and Bynum will be the starters.
Metellus and Bynum will be the starters.
And they re-signed Theo Jackson, so you know what that means. Scene ain't got no spot on this team.
Who?
The Vikings re-signed Theo Jackson.
No, who did you mention after that?
Oh, Louis Scene ain't got no spot. He ain't got no spot on this team. If they're signing someone like Theo, if they're re-signing Jackson, Louis Scene ain't seeing the field.
Yeah,
they say he's probably going to be a special teamer because he's in his last year of his rookie contract. He's probably going to be a special teamer. Then they're going to release him.
Yeah, they're going to get. I'm pretty sure, and hopefully Flores pounds the table. They're going to get a veteran, a good free agent.
And the Buccaneers are probably going to franchise that because someone asked. The Bucs have 2 players they can franchise: Baker Mayfield and Winfield. And the word is they're going to franchise tag Winfield.
God. J.D. Dolman was a monster. God rest his soul. When they moved him to defensive end, he was that unlike. He wasn't a good linebacker. He was drafted to replace Matt Blair eventually, but he just was not. He wasn't getting to the linebacker. Matter of fact, he lost his spot to Chris Martin. In 86, the Vikings needed defensive line help, and they moved him to defensive end. Mark Mulaney worked with them. Floyd Peters worked with them, and the next year he goes to the Pro Bowl. And that was the start. He was a beast. He was,
Yeah, Dolman was a joy to watch.
He was
a joy to watch. Because even back when I first started watching Minnesota, they've always been known for a good defensive line. You got the Purple Eaters, you got Chris Dolman, the Keith Millard, the John Brandles, those guys. They moved on to the Williams Wall, and then you had Glenn Ball Joseph, and So I don't know what the hell is going on with the Vikings defensive line right now.
Because you've got an offensive-minded coach.
Yeah.
You have an offensive-minded coach who knows nothing about defense, and he's bringing in people to run the defense. Brian Flores, everybody plays a 3-4 now, which is bullshit. But
I hate the
this team is a 4-3 team.
I can't stand 3 to 4.
I hated playing
Me neither.
3-4.
I hate 3-4-2 though.
I hated playing 3-4.
Yes, JJ and Moss are different, but JJ is here. Moss is here.
Yep. Yeah, JJ is nowhere near what Moss was. I don't care how long he plays.
Hey, JJ says the Vikings.
JJ, here's the thing with JJ now. JJ will get the yards because of today's NFL, and they're going to be gift wrapped to him because of the rules, because you can't play pass defense anymore. Randy Moss had to earn his shit. Literally had to earn his shit. He did.
The thing, if you ever truly watch Randy Moss, you'll see why he is great, because the defensive back never knew when he was going to get the ball, because he raised his eyes and his hands so late. By the time the defensive back realized what he was doing, that's why my channel is called TYA Catch 84, because that's your ass Catch 84, because every time you tried to cover Randy Moss, he gave you your ass. So why JJ does that to today's cornerbacks, Randy Moss did it when the defensive backs could still be defensive backs.
Yeah, you could still, I mean, you weren't going across the middle because you were going to get clocked.
Yeah.
You weren't. But right now, like I said, with the way the rules are nowadays, basically defense is there for props. You can't hit nobody. So, but yeah.
So you became I wouldn't say 2015 was a good year, but if it works.
That was the missed field goal year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the missed field goal year.
Oh, with Teddy Bridgewater.
That was a great year to learn true Viking heartache.
Yeah.
Because it happens.
Oh, hey, Catch, go to Trisha's comment.
I'm trying to get everybody's comment because not everybody's on the same channel.
Put it this way: Trisha made a comment. Hers was, "How did our Packer friend feel about Moss?" Remember what Steve said? Steve was the one that said Moss never ran across the middle.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, Randy was that one receiver that y'all drafted to try and cover him, and his 6 draft choices, they all sucked.
Yeah. I'm going slow with the comments because we have viewers and we have 5 different things that we're on right now. And if you're on Zoe's channel, you can't see what they're saying on my channel. If you're on my channel, you can't see what they're saying on Yogi's channel. Even though I can see all the comments, other channels can't see other channel comments. That's why I'm trying to bring up all the comments.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Damn that technology. Well, you're going to have to, because most of your receivers are 6'2" or taller, unless he's going to cover in the slot. He's a rookie. He's a rookie last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll learn. Winfield wasn't.
The ones we need to worry about. We need to worry about Booth.
Yep.
And we need to worry about Evans. They now been in the league 2-3 years, and they still ain't got it. Especially
speaking of the Moss hater.
Oh God, here he is.
I don't know if you're on. I don't know if you know you're on, Steve. Oh.
For one, I didn't say Moss didn't go across the middle. What I said was when he went across the middle, he had gator arms.
Actually, Steve, when he went across the middle, he got 6 points on your ass because he caught a slant.
Whoa. Look. I'm not going to take nothing away from Randy Moss, all right? I ain't going to take really no. But there's not a Viking fan born, a Viking fan around that can sit there and tell me any different. I watched. The 2 dudes before the state championship game that Moss beat their ass, burned their ass. I mean, they was bragging for the whole game, right? They sit there and said when it was Moss was getting drafted, whoever drafts Randy Moss was going to be their new NFL favorite team, which now became, the Minnesota Vikings. So a lot of us in this area who definitely, when Moss would play, we would want to watch the game if Minnesota was on. Now I'm not trying to take Moss' talents. I'm not trying to say he, whatever. All I'm saying, there was many games. Now he scored touchdowns. He did this, yes, but there was many games, and I wish I could sit with you right now in front of your television. We'll go back and watch some of the old school games, and I could probably show you I don't know how many games.
Run that film. Run that film.
I would run that damn film. That boy.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't have that set up.
You wouldn't want to sit with me because I tell you right there, no, those ain't alligator arms.
Now,
Okay,
yes, they are.
you would. Okay, in your offense, you're a quarterback. I'm a defensive lineman, so naturally we ain't gonna get along.
Right.
So naturally, whatever you say don't mean a damn thing to me because you a quarterback. I don't like you in the first place because you a quarterback. So moving on.
Well, then you know what? And I'm just going to keep torching your ass. Because I would love that against me. When I had that against me, I loved that shit because I would just say, bring it. I love that. I love taking a hit. I love getting sacked and hit. Look, like this, I'm not trying to put Moss down. I just saw many games where when he went across the middle at certain times, he was scared to take a hit.
He changed the whole identity of your all team. You guys drafted defensive backs. How many years, bro?
You guys went like 3 years of draft choices just to see who could cover Randy Moss, and none of them could. And Randy would take plays off, and you still couldn't cover him.
Hey, there was many times. I'll be a man to admit there was many times Randy Moss beat our ass. He whipped our ass. He torched us. I'm not afraid to admit that.
Even there in that playoff game on a broke ass ankle.
But there was many times when we did get him.
Hey, you can say what you want about Steve, but since Steve's joined, we got 4 more viewers.
Oh, by the way, JJ, I don't have thoughts on Davenport. I prefer Davenport is gone.
You know what the report is?
Yeah, 0, like on that jersey he wears.
But TV, I will give you credit where you say this is a different era of play than what it was when Moss played.
It is.
Because it seems
Moss
like
today, he would be unstoppable.
Oh, I will not deny that.
Yeah, it's
I would not deny that.
Any of those, like the guys we grew up watching. Herman Moore,
Sterling Sharp would be hard. Your guy, Sterling Sharp, he would be hard to cover in today's football.
Hell, Antonio Freeman.
Yeah, but how big Sterling Sharp was?
Yeah. Yeah, it just with the way the rules are, just think if you had those era of wide receivers playing now.
With Favre or Rodgers as their quarterback?
Yeah.
We would be fucking afraid of the Packers, man.
I love TV, man. He's a trip. I wish we could have played ball together because it reminds me there's this one dude I went against. He was like 6'4", 295 pounds. And
that's how big I was when I played, except for I'm 2 inches shorter. I was 6'2", 295 when I played.
Okay, well this dude was like 6'4", 295. And we had this like little one-on-one, and I don't know what got into me. I mean, I was just a small dude at the time. And I don't know what got in my head. This is just me when I play football. I was just like in a zone. And I remember I hit him so hard. And I flattened his ass. I mean, this dude was like 10 times, 100 times bigger than me. But, but like it says, with TB being a defensive guy, me a quarterback, oh, man, would I love to be on the field with you.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, yeah. I would love that competition. I would love that competition. See, that's the thing I strive for there, bro. I love that shit. I love taking a hit.
I had to. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done, Steve.
That's like I said. I know. I'm not saying that you wouldn't sack me or you wouldn't hit me. No, I No, you would, but that would just fire me up even more every time I took a hit.
Put it this way, I was gonna let you know I was on the field.
Well,
I'll let you know. You was gonna know I was on the field.
and then when I would get up, I would point at you.
I would play defense tackle as well. I would want to hit the quarterback so hard his mama felt it.
But it wasn't easy to get to me because I can throw on the run. My accuracy. I worked on that so hard, but it would have been. I think you would have been fun to play against.
So where did you play? What state did you play in?
I played here in Ohio and West Virginia.
Okay.
Oh, and those are football places.
I played in South Florida. So the team I played on, I was the smallest guy on the defensive line at 6'2", 295. The guy next to me was like 6'6", 340. And he had like, well, not 340, probably like 315, 316 or so, but he had like 7% body fat. And our defensive ends we played the biggest level that you could play in Florida, which was 5A at the time. I think we lost a total of, in the regular season, I think we lost a total of 5 games all 4 years I was there. We used to lose to the playoffs, but we'd lose to teams from Miami because at the time I played, Palm Beach County, you had to have a 2.0 to play. And Miami, you only needed a 1.5, which is a D, which is barely passing. So teams from Miami.
Hold up. So what are you drinking, man?
See, I'm drinking liquor, shit.
No, what kind of liquor? I know you're drinking liquor. What kind?
Tequila. Aneo.
So Tony, JJ, probably won't you explain the balloon incident? Hey,
okay, the hot air balloons.
You should try Lalo.
Right?
Lalo. Lalo.
That's tequila.
It's tequila. It's Don Julio's grandson. You like Don Julio Blanc?
That shit might not be in Detroit for real.
And then Lalo is a clear. It's a clear tequila.
Hey, what did JJ mean when he said he wants to reset the receiver market?
Get paid the highest.
Get paid the highest. He wants to get paid the highest.
I mean, now with Minnesota, or does it matter?
I don't think
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And then there's this. That was from Snow, JJ.
Oh, the Metrodome, that damn stadium collapsed every year up until for 10, and it didn't collapse, and then all of a sudden it collapsed again because we had a heavy rainfall or snowfall, and it just ripped.
It wasn't made from Target.
You mean that thing collapsed more than once?
It collapsed. It collapsed 3 times. Hell, it fucking collapsed during a Twins game. It damn near collapsed in the middle of the game. It got a tear in the roof.
It needed air pressure for the roof to stay up. That's why the stadium entrance was a revolving door, not your regular pull open the door to go in. It was one of those spin doors that you see like in New York, because it had to keep the air pressure up, because if it didn't have the air pressure, the roof would just sink. It would collapse.
Yeah, it was built on the cheap.
Yeah, that and the RCA Dome, both they're identical.
Yeah, the Silver Dome, the Metrodome, and the RCA Dome were all built by basically the same people. And the roof, matter of fact, the company that made the roof is out of business. So when it deflated, they had to send it, I think, over to Europe to get it fixed, because the company that made the roof is out of business. Has been out of business a long time ago.
So when it collapsed during the Twins game, what happened?
What happened was they had auxiliary backup air, so it stayed inflated, but it literally ripped open in one of the corners.
Yeah.
Now, did it affect the game or?
No, they finished the game.
Well, the game was affected anyway because the ceiling was white. Visiting teams with this ball.
Someone mentioned to me something about Twins Stadium. There was something weird about the outfield.
You mean with the trees and all that? With the
Are you talking about the new stadium or the Metrodome?
I think the indoor one.
They had a baggie in right field.
They had a baggie in right field, which was covering up the football seats.
Yeah.
Okay, because someone said that.
It had
Fly-
to go. It had to go over the baggie to be a home run.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe I don't know if that was it was something about that, and that there was some type of wind or something there that.
Oh, there was a big behind home plate. There was a big air vent behind home plate.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Yeah, that's all
what
it
we're talking
was.
about.
That's
Yeah.
all it was.
JJ, if we knew the answers to that question.
Well, here's the funny part. Who was it? Dave Kingman, King Kong Kingman. He hit an infield foul ball, and he hit it so high that the Metrodome had these little holes in it. The foul ball went through one of the holes in the roof. So you had a bunch of Twins players looking up at the roof, like, where's the ball? And it never came down.
Yeah, JJ, if we knew the answer to that question, I'd call the front office right now.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I do not believe so.
No, he never played in the Super Bowl. Dolman never played in the Super Bowl.
For the right price, JJ, yes. He's a little bit past his prime.
Yeah, but he's still better than what we got.
Yeah, I know. But that's what I said, for a certain price.
Yeah,
I'm not
he's
gonna
still
give
better
him
than what we
$25
got.
million.
He's
I'm
played
not
in
going to give him
Flores.
$20 million a year. What
Yeah,
do you think, Zoe?
He's played in Flores' defense. That's a lot of. How much does he want?
I don't know. No one knows. But
Is he
I'm
talking?
not giving him $20 million a year, though.
Is he talking Hunter money?
I don't know. Zoe, what do you think about Xavier Howard?
I like Xavier Howard though. I give him probably about 5 or 8 million. Go in the room. I give him about 5 or 8 million though. Like,
I can work with that.
Yeah, but I'm not giving no 15 or no 18.
Yeah. Devontae Sweat is a big dude.
Is that the Texas defensive tackle?
Yeah, he's 6'4", 362.
That dude can't play every down.
Well, but in today's football, they don't play every down anyway.
Right.
He's just basically, you know what he is? He's a younger version of Linval Joseph.
Hey, Zoe. Comment.
I mean, there's people saying that Byron Murphy's going to go before Sweat.
What's the deal, my guy?
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. I'm also hearing that the Vikings are going to take Curse. Not Curse, but Verse. Why did I say Curse?
Rod Verse from Florida State.
Yeah.
Jared Verse, whatever his name is.
Jared Verse, yeah.
He's going to demand 2 blockers, but I mean, just his size, unless Sweat comes in and just is an immediate game changer on that line, which, okay, that's a problem right there, because if he comes in and they just key on him, who's going to take up the slack to help him? You need more horses.
Yeah. So this comment. Why would you say that JJ is a better receiver than Moss? Moss was a game changer, but you can't say Moss wasn't a route runner, because he was.
Well, I mean, it's hard to argue that, because like TB said, this is 2 different style, 2 different eras.
Yep.
I mean, it's really hard to say JJ is better than Moss or Moss better. I mean, it's like you said today. If I agree, if Moss was playing today, he basically would be unstoppable.
Put it this way: even when Moss played, if you were a wide receiver going across the middle, you still had to deal with Ray Lewis knocking your, in the dirt. You had to deal with Ed Reed. You had to deal with Patrick Willis. There were guys that were going to hit you.
Right.
See,
I just don't ever recall him, like the guys like Hines Ward and guys like that were, they took a hit. They got their clock clean. Moss was a very unique player. He knew he was the Vikings' deep threat, if anything. He was their deep threat. Now, he might have ran a post or a flag or something like that.
His first couple years of the season, yes, he was a deep threat. But after that, he became the main receiver.
He became a main receiver with Dante.
Yeah.
He started to run the slants. He ran the curls. He He ran the intermediate routes. I mean, and we even had, I mean, what's his name was doing the dirty work, and that was Nate Burleson.
No,
Right,
we're
but-
not saying that JJ's not a great receiver. He's just not Moss.
Well, no, I
Right.
mean, but I don't think Moss can do in a way what JJ does.
What has JJ done?
Get hurt.
Besides that catch in Buffalo, which I give him, what has JJ done?
Well, can you
But
guys
that catch would not have been that difficult with
now-
Moss either.
now? Can I
No.
say something and make a fair point here? JJ didn't have the quarterbacks that Moss had.
Yeah, he's had a better quarterback.
He's got a better quarterback.
I see who Cousins?
Other than Dante Culpepper,
Other than Dante, yeah.
other than Dante, in the 1 year with Randall
That's what I'm
Cunningham.
saying. Moss had the better quarterbacks.
No, he didn't.
No, he did.
Ah,
He played with Cunningham for 1 year, right?
Jeff
Yeah,
George the year after.
yeah, Brad Johnson got hurt, and then Randall Cunningham came in, and then the year
Yeah.
after that, Cunningham played half the year, got finished for Brad Johnson. And so
No,
Brad Johnson.
for Jeff George.
And then Jeff George came in '99, I think it
Yeah.
was. And then after '99,
It was
they
Dante.
They brought in Dante, so he played with Dante.
All right,
because
my
Dante
guy.
got
I'm gonna
hurt.
be out too.
And then
Though.
after Dante is when the shitty quarterback started after Dante. We're talking.
Well, he was gone by then.
So
He was gone by then.
he was gone in 2010, but he came back in 2010. And he had Favre, but Favre wasn't himself that year. JJ's played with Kirk Cousins, and so Kirk Cousins is, as far as getting the receiver the ball,
Skill wise, Kirk Cousins is better.
yeah.
I never said before, I never took anything away from Kirk Cousins as far as skill wise. It's the intangibles that give me with Kirk Cousins, and I will say that until my last breath. So
Moss didn't just change the game of football. He changed English vernacular with a new verb. There's
Put it
actually
this
a
way.
new verb in the dictionary called moss.
put it this way: you see Charles Woodson is hyped as one of the greatest defensive backs to ever play the game, right?
right.
Who made a human highlight reel out of Charles Woodson?
Yeah. Rod Woodson too.
Right. Yeah, and you just
He said
No,
Rod
you-
Woodson.
I mean
Rod Woodson was great, but
Oh, Rod Woodson was something else.
I mean,
yeah, but with
Deion
Woodson,
Sanders faked an
when
injury.
he hit him, it was
game.
when he hit him, it was over.
That '98 Thanksgiving game, Deion Sanders faked an injury, so he didn't have to face him. And then the next year, when Dallas played Minnesota, Moss torched Deion Sanders as well.
Oh yeah, that playoff game.
Yeah,
Yeah, he played him in the playoff game,
yeah.
and it didn't help that Deion fumbled that punt.
So,
Just like I don't know how many people asked me who I thought was better, Favre or Rodgers.
Right now.
Who was better?
Many people asked me that.
Who?
I said that's hard to answer because they was two different style quarterbacks. Favre was a gunslinger, no matter what. Rodgers wasn't.
Rodgers was kind of like he had to have everything work for him.
what up,
Yeah.
Skull for Life, Favre? Thank you for joining.
But
us.
Favre could throw 5 interceptions, but he throw 2 touchdowns. One of them touchdowns would be the game winner.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just the way he was. It's a mentality but see, here's the thing with Rodgers, and I give Mike McCarthy all the credit in the world. He put
Right.
together an offense for Rodgers that he could be successful.
I mean, Favre to me was more fun to watch than Rodgers was. That's just me.
I don't know. I think far better than Rodgers though.
Well, that's what I'm. To me, Favre was more fun to watch because
I would have took. You know why I would have took Favre? Because he was a competitor.
Yeah, you right.
I would've
Hey,
took
man,
a-
hey,
I
I
would've
gotta go,
took-
man. Hey, I'm gonna see y'all probably tomorrow night or another night. I gotta get out of here now.
All right, Zoe.
All right, Zoe, have a
Zoe.
good one.
All right, Tony, catch and
Anybody
see. I'll
watching
see y'all.
on Zoe's channel who wants to
I'm gonna keep it on.
You're gonna keep it on? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's safe,
Yeah.
so
All right.
All right,
So-
y'all too. Be safe. I'll see y'all.
Maybe I'm just old, JJ. But I could really care less.
You want to press me? Shut down his court. His shut down the receivers he plays.
Yeah, I could care about what they wear.
Yeah,
To be honest with you, I really don't care.
what do you mean? What they wear?
that's what drip is. The
Yeah.
style.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means their style. But yeah, I would have took Farr because Farr was tough. I mean, even if he was hopped up on pills, he'd still get out there and play his ass off.
Yeah.
You know, and that was just the mentality then. The player mentality was also different. Not only the rules, but player mentality.
All right. Let me ask you guys this, just your opinion. Who would you say is the best receiver of all time?
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice. Okay.
Jerry Rice. And after him, Art Monk.
Art Monk over Lynn Swan.
Yes. I got John Stallworth over Lynn Swan. Lynn Swan was not all that. John Stallworth was the one that would break your back. Swan he had one, maybe 2 good years. Now, keep in mind, this is when the NFL was a running league, but when they changed the rules in 78 to make it more passing, the Steelers were the first team to take advantage of it. And guess who was catching all the passes? It was John Stallworth, not Lynn Swan.
I thought it was Benny Cunningham.
Benny Cunningham was just a tight end, and he was splitting time with Randy Grossman.
Here's something for Steve.
What's that?
The comment on the screen.
Have a hard time reading. I'm
Kicking a field goal when you're down late in a playoff game with Rodgers on the 3-yard line was not smart. Well, it says he's disconnected right now. We all shall bow down. The Queen has entered. All rise for the Queen.
Yeah, right. All right. Nobody.
We're in America. We don't bow for no damn monarchy.
No, I can't get up because I got arthritis. Once I'm down, I'm down.
It's not getting down that's the hard part. It's the getting back up. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Steve, I'll read it to you. Are you back?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Hey, Steve,
Oh.
I'll read it to you. It says, kicking a field goal, you're down late in a playoff game with Rodgers on the 3-yard line was not smart. I mean, he ain't wrong.
No, I just laughed. I didn't say it was,
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
my friends.
driving, so
Go ahead.
I have no idea what this means. Someone can explain it.
how's everybody today tonight? Oh, and I just wanted to say hi, Trisha, Kirk Cousins' favorite.
Sarah, don't start. Please don't start. Please.
Oh, is that Sarah?
So,
Hi, Sarah.
Oh my God.
So he wants more than Tyreek Hill. Huh?
Kirk Cousins' #1 fan.
Oh
I'm going
Jesus.
to call Trisha that from now on.
God. Oh God. Thanks a lot, Sarah.
Hey, at least you know if you have him on your team, Trisha, you will beat the East.
Yeah, if he ends up on her team, I'll never hear the end of it. The roles will be reversed.
There you go, Tony. Here's a good comment from Morpheus.
He was. He
Pretty
was.
much got his head ripped off in a playoff game.
Yeah. Well, and back then, Ahmad Rashad never ran over the middle. Never. That was Sammy White's territory. That was all his. That was all his. He paid the price in the Super Bowl. Literally paid the price in the Super Bowl. But he got up and he hung on to the ball.
Steve's getting Steve. Hey guys, come on. Steve's a Packer fan. He's gonna have a different opinion than Moss.
What's that?
Get on down the road, Steve. You don't know jack about Moss. Guys, keep in mind this is a Packers' point of view of Randy Moss. It's not a Vikings fan point. He's not a Viking fan coming out here saying all this stuff about Moss. He did say he respected Moss. He just said that he had alligator arms and he went across the middle sometimes. That's all.
Is the background noise loud for you guys because I'm driving?
No, I think it's bad. It's not bad at all.
Oh, okay.
Just by the way you sound, because it's hands free. So, yeah.
Yeah, my hands are free.
That is true.
Yeah.
Very true. That's what Randall Cunningham did. He just threw it up there and Moss went and got it. Literally.
Yeah. It's never a 50-50 ball for Moss. More like a 99-1.
Exactly.
Football for most receivers was 90-10 for Moss.
Yeah. Especially in the end zone.
Yeah.
To me, those Viking Packer games when Moss played, those were epic. Those were fun.
Fun for who?
For both.
He was seeing it fun to watch, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you're offensively, yeah. Both our defenses look like hell.
Did you read that, Tony?
What?
Norfolk said?
That Hail Mary catch, if Cleveland was smart, they would have knocked it out of bounds, but they tipped it up in the air. And Sammy was already ahead of Terry LeCount, and Ahmad, who was slow, was able to catch it when he did because he was
so far behind
the rear. He was slow.
Yeah.
He was slow.
That's the problem. DBs always want to catch it for interception. They never knock it down.
Yeah, you should have just knocked the damn ball down, and but they let it hang up there, and all he had to do was just reach back and catch it. I still remember that. I remember when it happened. My God, that was probably the most exciting play in Viking history up until the Minneapolis Miracle.
See, that's why I don't put Jerry Rice one because of the quarterbacks that he played with.
Oh, you mean he played with Montana and Young?
Steve Young.
But that's not his fault.
Can you imagine how?
But if Moss had those two quarterbacks, his numbers would be so far.
But you know what? Who do you blame for that, though?
I blame the Vikings for that.
Yeah, you can't fault the 49ers for putting Jerry Rice in a spot to succeed with two Hall of Fame quarterbacks. That's not his fault.
Moss had better, but if Moss would have played as long, his numbers would have been better than Rice's, and he played with far less talent around him.
If Moss would have played with Tom Brady all those years,
he did play with Tom Brady.
No, he would have more than just a couple of years. That he
just
had.
a 1 year.
Yeah.
And he still didn't win a Super Bowl. Ain't that a bitch?
No, Moss is better than JJ. Moss versus JJ similar to Cook and AP. Yes, AP is far greater than Cook. As much as
AP's one of the greatest ever. He's the last
not
of
just
an era.
Not the Vikings, just in the
He's the last of an era.
If only he was as good at finance as he was at running.
Yeah, his ass wouldn't be broke.
Mama Cat says hello, Sarah.
Hi, Mama Cat.
Yeah, I mean,
Only
she
if
said
he
hi
was
too.
as good at his finance, he would be all right, but he ain't.
Well, between that and all the kids.
Yep, all the kids and the camel.
And the camel, and then he was in a bar. He bought drinks for everybody.
They did an interview.
I heard
Vikings.
that for his birthday, with the camel,
Mhm.
all the guests that he flew in like first class, like gave them first class, and that was like 300 guests.
Yeah, Vikings.com did an interview with him. I think in his basement of his house, and behind AP during the interview was a solid purple wall that I think was velour covered in purple,
Mhm.
and it had a 24 karat gold V for the Vikings that was like 5.5 feet tall.
Well, if he ever needs money, he needs to take that wall down.
I mean, come on, man.
Well, and here's the thing too. He also had somebody managing his money who took his money.
I never got in trouble in school. I was an angel. Just ask my mama; she'll tell you.
Was it somebody he knew, or was it like
It was his financial guy that handled his
Yeah,
money.
yeah. They tell you. They tell you. From what I understand, from because I had a buddy of mine who I played high school with. He actually played in the NFL, so he would go to the rookie symposium. They tell you that your financial advisor needs to be someone that you have no connection with because they will be the one. They will mess with your shit less.
Yeah.
They're not saying it's not going to happen, but a friend or a family member is more likely to take advantage of you than someone who's a complete stranger. So they always say get a complete stranger.
well, plus,
Either way-
won't it be like in a firm where you can actually sue if something goes down?
You can, but there's really no way to get the money back.
No, I mean like if you hire a stranger who's from like Wall Street, you know.
Lost my space.
Yeah, you can sue him. You can sue him for the
You
return
have
of the
that
money.
protection when you do a stranger, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, and here's another thing too. He's up for the Hall of Fame. Adrian is.
Yeah.
Will he get money for that?
Well, he'll have to start doing the whole like signing autographs and stuff like that. He'll get paid for that. Start
Yeah.
making appearances. He'll get paid for those.
Who pays him for those?
The people
Like the NFL?
usually it's the people putting on.
Oh, it's the
Yeah.
event.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a card collection show will pay
Yeah.
him to come in, stuff like that.
Yeah. The NFL don't do that.
Or the stadium will
Is it a
pay him to
pension
come in.
from
And,
the NFL?
which is the weirdest thing is I went to a Tampa Bay Vikings game in Tampa, and Jim Marshall was signing autographs for the Vikings there.
Yeah, because it's Florida and he wanted to get out of Minnesota.
But it's weird that an opposing team would pay. Oh, maybe the Vikings paid for it.
No, you know what that was? That was probably the Tampa Bay Vikings fan club because they used to get Carl Eller and Jim Marshall down there to watch games.
Oh, okay.
There was a Tampa area Vikings fan club. I think it's still there. And they used to go down all the time.
Do NFL
Well, there's
players
definitely
get,
one here in San Antonio.
pension money?
What'd you say, Sarah?
Do NFL players get pension money?
They do. They
You have to pay a certain amount of years.
You have to play, I think, 7 or 8 years in order to collect it.
So AP should be getting that, right?
You get a pension after the health insurance. I think is after 4 years. You get the lifetime insurance after 4 years, but the pension I believe is 7.
The pension is 7. The insurance, they just started the insurance, by the way.
Yeah.
That's now. So yeah, Jim gets a pension, but it ain't a lot of money.
Yeah.
And plus he was from that era where most of those guys are gone.
And they needed off seasons. They didn't make much money back then. They needed
No.
off season jobs.
Yeah, they had to work. I mean,
That's just sad.
you had to get a date. Most of the guys, like, because my sister worked at a place called Control Data. You've heard of that, Sarah.
Yep.
When she worked at Control Data, that's how she met Ahmad Rashad. Because Ahmad Rashad worked at Control Data in the off
Oh
season.
my God.
He worked there in the off season. That's how she ended up dating him.
Oh my God.
Just so you guys know, check this video out. It's our young buck DJ here. He's getting some press. So yeah, check out that video.
Yes. He's getting a lot of press. Kudos.
And
That is just so weird that they like have to get like jobs in the off season.
Well, and back in the day, matter of fact, I've got a copy of it. I'll have to email it to you guys so you'll see. The Vikings put out a letter to certain businesses in the Twin Cities or wherever to hire the players in the off season. Hire their players in the off season.
because you got to
So
keep in mind,
the players
I
need to
could-
go home to like where they're from during the off season. Then?
Some of them did.
Some of them did.
Yeah, some of them stayed. Some of them stayed in the town. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys know this, but players don't get paid in the off season. So when a player gets paid $30 million a year, it's from week 1 to week 18.
Yeah,
they don't get a paycheck during the playoffs. The league pays them in the playoffs,
and they also don't get unemployment.
Yep. The record is the payment is just during the regular season. That is it. So during the whole off season, they're not getting paid, but they make enough money nowadays to where
they make enough money now to where it doesn't matter. But it's always been that pay model in all professional sports. That is the pay model. You don't get paid 12 months of the year. You only get paid during the season. Put it this way:
what if you're a coach and you get fired? Do you get unemployment?
No, because
you get it usually
are guaranteed.
Usually they buy out your contract and whatever that is.
They're still paying Zimmer.
Yeah, no, they're not paying Zimmer anymore. They finally got him off.
This last year, they were still paying Zimmer.
Yep, they got him off.
That's why Zimmer is now coaching again because he's still getting paid
that's
for
like he needs a job again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with players playing in the offseason back in the day. As a matter of fact, the Vikings had a player. He was a defensive back, Terry Dillon.
I told you all it was good.
He worked as like a person on the Mississippi River with the docks and stuff like that. That was his off-season job. He got killed.
Wasn't somebody a tugboat operator during?
That was Terry Dillon. He got killed doing that work, and that was in the off-season. He was a defensive back with the Vikings.
Whoa.
Back in the day. He got killed.
Because I heard a story. There was a tugboat operator during the off-season. I just didn't know who it was.
Yep, that was Terry Dillon. I don't know if he was a tugboat operator, but he worked with the barges. Something happened with the barges. He worked on the Mississippi, put it that way.
That's dangerous work.
Yeah, and that's what he did in the off-season, and it killed him. Yep, but yeah, it's players today don't know the struggle of what the players back in the day had to do. Here's the thing. Even Carl Eller, when he was, playing with the Vikings, in the off-season, he did acting gigs. But Carl also had a liquor store. He owned Carl Eller Liquors over in North Minneapolis because that's where he lived. And he did that. Randall McDaniel, he was a teacher in the off season. Like I said, my sister knew there was plenty of Viking players that worked at Control Data.
Find that funny.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them that worked for Control Data, and then some did like the pro wrestling thing during the off season. Many NFL players did that as a way to get money and stay into shape. But I mean, yeah, they don't like now. These players, hell, all they got to do is eat right, work out, and they make so much money now that they can, if they handle their money right, they can space it out.
Yeah, like Gronk said that he's never touched a penny of what he made. He just lived off of his endorsements. So all the money that he made from football is just sitting in his account collecting.
Yeah, and with a lot of players, I think, and when you're younger and you get to where you are, you're 19, 20, and you get a big check with a bunch of zeros, you're going to go crazy just spending the money, but you have to be frugal because you never know how long you're going to keep that money. Football players, I mean, many of them, they get that big payday. Before you know it, 2-3 years later after their career, they're broke.
Yep.
They are literally broke. And living proof, Adrian Peterson. It's just you've got to manage your money. And
I mean, splurge by all means on your first paycheck, but after that.
Right. You gotta, hell, some don't even pay their taxes. Now the biggest thing getting a lot of these athletes is child support.
Yep. Wrap it up.
Yep. I would say something else too, but
And I mean, those are big child support payments too, man.
yeah. Well, look at AP. He's paying for how many? What's he got?
knows?
8 or 9?
One too many.
And I know he's still married. I think he's still married. And
I
she,
thought he got divorced.
oh, did they get divorced?
Yeah,
Yeah.
AP's divorced because he blew through all the
Divorced
money.
his ass.
Oh, she left him, huh?
Yep, because he went broke.
But the thing about it was, you think about baseball. I think had the first $1 million player. I think Dave Parker and Nolan Ryan. I think were the first ones to sign a $1 million contract back in the 80s. NFL players did not make $1 million until like around 1990.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think the first one
Yeah.
to do that was
Yeah. So
yeah, it was pretty bad.
yeah.
JD, the guy you're thinking of was Matt Blair. Blair blocked 29 kicks. Alan Page blocked a bunch too. He blocked like 23.
Yeah.
But
Jim Marshall blocked a lot too, but Jim Marshall actually has the record for most fumble recoveries, I think.
29.
Yeah.
Isn't Page the only guy who's ever won MVP for a defensive guy?
He was up until LT won it.
Yeah.
He
LT
was.
is the last player
He was
to
the
win,
first one as a defensive player to ever win it.
and then LT is the last.
Oh
He's
yeah.
the last. Yep. But
If you guys haven't seen LT play, oh my God, you guys need to watch.
oh, you missed it.
Oof.
You missed it.
He was a
Talk about-
bad man.
And a lot of the hits he made, he'd have been flagged for. He'd have been kicked out of the league.
Well, like JJ gets hit today, but it's a penalty, so he doesn't get hit as much. Back when Moss
Right.
played, and back when Rice played, back when all those good guys played, that wasn't a penalty like it is now. Like they hit against the Lions last game of the year when it was a penalty. That was legal.
That was legal.
Yeah,
That was legal.
yeah.
But yeah, it's Allen won it in 71. And
So I have a question. I asked Matthew Collar because he's pretty good with Vikings history, but he never answered the question. So the Vikings have always been known for great defensive linemen. Why aren't they known for having great safeties as well?
they got Paul Krause.
Because they've had some great safeties in their history.
Well, they're not known for great safeties because of who their front seven was.
That was my question. I said the Vikings are known for having great defensive line, but they've also had great safeties too, but they're not considered a safety team. Is that because of how good the defensive line was? That was how I phrased the question.
It's
He
because
never answered it, but I mean the Vikings
because
have
of
great
the
safeties.
put it this way. Paul Krause isn't as effective if he doesn't have the purple people eaters.
Right.
Joey Browner's not as effective if he doesn't have Keith Millard, Al Noga, Henry Thomas, and Chris Dolman.
Joey Browner could have air as a front seven; he would still be as effective.
Yeah, whatever.
For those of you who don't know, my handle is Catch84, but Randy Moss is not my favorite Viking of all time. Joey Browner is my favorite Viking of all time.
Steve, are you still awake? We haven't heard a peep from you.
I'm here.
Yeah.
He's there.
Well,
And
we're talking Vikings history, but we have one, unlike the Lions. So, because Steve gets very upset when Lions fans start talking about their history, because he's right, they don't have one.
But in Browner, when he played, he could do everything. Browner was actually a hybrid.
Steve, you
He
remember
could play
Joey Browner?
strong
don't you?
safety and he could play linebacker too.
What's that?
And
You remember Browner, don't you, Joey Browner?
Yeah.
Is that you or the dog, Sarah?
please say that's the dog, Sarah.
Huh?
Please say that's the dog.
Yeah, that's my dog.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, we got to call 911 on Sarah. What's going on?
I was like, what the hell? But yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean,
Joey Browner was better than Leroy Butler. There, I said it.
Oh, here we go.
you know what? I agree.
Hey, I like Leroy Butler. He went to Florida State.
Yeah, he's all right.
Everyone's entitled to their opinions.
But yeah, it's just
Entitled.
because the front four we had. That's why. JD, we haven't drafted well at cornerback lately, and that goes all the way back to when Zimmer was here.
Yeah.
I think the last good cornerback he drafted was what?
Well, Xavier Rhodes was good for about 4 years.
Yeah, but then Rhodes had a pattern. Rhodes would get burned,
and then he would fall down.
He would get an injury.
My hamstring.
He would get an injury. He would get burned. He would get this torched.
I think that's every cornerback.
And then he would complain about it. And then the next time, all of a sudden, he's got an injury. And Rhodes is down on the field. I'm like, yeah, because his ass was a highlight reel a few minutes ago. But, yeah, he would do that. Trey Waynes had his moments.
Trey Waynes got hurt because he was actually physical.
He would actually hit you.
Yeah, he would actually hit you.
Yeah, he would actually hit you, but he wasn't built to be hitting anybody.
But the Vikings have drafted some good cornerbacks. I mean, Carl Lee, I think was a draft pick, wasn't he?
Carl Lee was a draft pick. Bobby Bryant.
Bobby Bryant was a draft pick. Was Reggie Rutland, right?
Yeah, Najee Mustafa.
Yep. Brian Russell
was a safety.
Yeah.
He was a free agent though.
Yeah.
Brian Williams was ours. We drafted Brian Williams.
Yeah, Brian Williams. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, we drafted Brian Williams. He's got he I think has like a record for like 3 touchdowns in one game on interception returns.
Oh, do you guys think Zimmer will try to bring Hunter to Cowboys?
They can't afford him.
They can't. Well, here's now with DeMarcus Lawrence running his mouth. He could be expendable.
Yeah, but they got to sign Micah. I think Micah's up for contract.
Oh, Parsons?
Yeah.
Here's the thing: he might not fit in Zimmer's scheme, especially if he's going to blitz him in the A gap all the time.
Yeah.
Like Zimmer used to do. Isaac Holt was good. Yeah, he was good. He had his moments where he would be.
Don't you guys think that they might not fit the scheme, but they might also have to learn the scheme?
Well, a good
player will learn the scheme, but you get a lot of players that are like, this don't fit my scheme. I don't want to play there.
Because what's funny is that over the last few days, I hear these Detroit Lions fans talk about getting these.
Good night, Mama.
Good night, Mom. I'll call you tomorrow. She's on the East Coast, so it's really late for her. So.
That's so sweet that she stays up to watch your show.
Well, I mean, she loves it. She's very supportive in anything I do. So.
Football team does she cheer for?
She's a Redskins fan.
Oh.
And the reason she's a Redskins fan is because she worked with Jim Lachey's sister.
Well, Commanders, you mean?
Redskins, Commanders, same team.
Yeah. True Washington fans still call them the Redskins. They refuse to call them the Commanders. That's not my thing. That's a Washington fan base. So.
Washington, the football team. That was funny.
Yeah.
But what were you saying, Steve?
I said, listen to these Lions fans over the last few days talking about the draft and these corners.
Steve, why do you torture yourself?
I was going to say the same thing, man.
It's because to me, I can, because it's funny to listen how stupid they talk. I mean, it's just funny to listen to this, because in the future, as they, like, you can ask Sarah, as they brag, like they sit there and they chirp on her, how great they are, how good they're going to do, and the Packers and the Vikings, our drafts are going to suck. Their draft is going to be so excellent, and whatever, and so forth. It's funny as hell to listen to these guys. And like I told her, let them talk. Just let them talk, because when the time comes and they falter, it's going to be fun as hell for the Packer fans and the Vikings fans, even the Bear fans, to come back and say, what happened? You guys did all this chirping, how great you guys were.
You know what, Steve? We ain't even going to say that. We're going to be like, well, like we didn't see that happening.
Well, Tony and I were saying the whole year that their head coach is going to cost them in a game. The Lions are going to Lions. It happened later than I thought.
Well, they keep on saying that these certain corners in the draft won't fit. I'm like, why won't they fit? Because they're like a zone or whatever. They have to learn the whole new system, the whole new scheme. Doesn't matter what they did in college. Don't tell me that they played this certain way in college and they come to the pros. You dumbasses. They're going to have to learn the new system. They're going to have to learn the new scheme.
And you know what, Steve? When you bring that up, there's a lot of players coming out of college today. They ain't that bright.
I can't argue that.
Lucy.
And,
Sorry, I had something in my throat.
I wasn't going to say it, but Catch said it for me. But, whatever they did in college, like you said, nobody cares. Once you get to play the big boys, you're playing against the best.
Right.
So you got to elevate your game. So don't nobody care what you did when you were a big man on campus.
Yeah.
Right.
Guess what?
Thank you.
You grew up. You're now in the adult world, which means if it don't work here, your ass is going to the unemployment line and probably going to be working at Mickey D's because you didn't get that diploma that you were looking for, and you can't talk and you can't write, and you're fucked. So
yeah, you sound like Jair Alexander out here, not making any damn sense when you talk.
Oh, mushmouth.
We need subtitles.
Hey, Cat.
I feel like I'm watching a
No,
Netflix.
you know what you need?
I feel like I'm watching a Netflix.
You know what? With
Jair
you need a teammate who understands him to be the interpreter, to stand there next to him, let him talk, and then he translate whatever Jair says.
I'm sure Packer fans could understand him, but
yes, we can.
We have no idea what the hell he's saying.
Have you ever heard some Packer fans talk, especially when they're drunk?
No, I don't drink, so you ain't got no worries here.
Well, if you lived in Wisconsin, they probably drive you to drink.
That's all they do. What else is there to do besides to go to Wisconsin Dells in Wisconsin?
That's why they have such a loyal fan base, because there's nothing else to do in Green Bay.
But Sarah, they weren't always loyal. That's a misconception about Packer fans. From 71 to 91, they were not loyal at all.
We'll put it this way. And Steve, you might have heard about this. When Dan Devine was their coach and he was doing terrible, right? Packer fans killed his hunting dogs.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
They killed his hunting dogs.
Then he went off to Notre Dame.
And they won a championship at Notre Dame in 77. Yep. They actually had to play, for the Young Bucks did here, the Packers used to have to play in Milwaukee because to get people to go to games because they weren't going to go to Green Bay.
They couldn't sell out Green Bay. Yeah. They had been splitting with Milwaukee for years though.
Yeah.
It just was, and I think when what's his name took over the Brewers, or no, they tore down Milwaukee County Stadium, and that took away that outlet because they used to play.
I watched some of them games the other day that was played in Milwaukee.
Yeah, there's one because they went full time in '94 to Lambeau Field, but I think we played them. The video
kind of funny after they got Brett Favre, they went full time in Green Bay. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they got. There's a video on YouTube where we played them in Milwaukee. Both teams on the sideline. This is '93. It reminded me of the Met. But yeah, that was one of those old school stadiums. And then when they tore it down, they just were at Lambeau Field full time.
Yes, JD. But Steve is not actually one of those. Steve actually remembers when the Packers were bad.
Steve remembers when they had David Whitehurst and Lynn Dickey and Carlos Brown and Jerry Taggy before him. So before the good quarterbacks.
Yeah, just so you guys,
Anthony Delwig. They even had Mike Tomczak as a starter one year.
Oh, Mike Tomczak! Wow.
Yeah, they had Tomczak as a starter.
Randy Wright.
But you think
Randy
Magic
Bong, as I called him.
So you still think Magic Man's better than Favre and Rodgers?
I think he could have been. I mean, he was the one I hoped that would have played 75 years. They were just.
I mean, I wish he would have played 75 years too.
Yeah, I ain't gonna argue. I'd have preferred you re-sign Tomczak, actually.
Yeah, Tomczak. Hell, even Lynn Dickey.
Yeah.
Lynn Dickey was fun to watch. Like I said, I'll never forget that Monday night game against the Redskins in '83.
That game was like, you know what that game was? That game was Madden before Madden.
Yeah.
Because there was no defense, literally no defense. And they just ran up and down the field. Both teams.
Yep.
Both teams. And it was entertaining. I give it that much.
Well, back then, yeah. I mean, that was a whole different era. And
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're talking about, JD. From after Bart Starr and Vince Lombardi left, the Packers were shite.
Yeah. Yeah, they were. They really were. But they were never as bad as the Lions.
I mean, I can understand like
That's
if you
saying, that
guys
is saying
say
something.
that I'm sure not all, but the majority of Packer fans are Packer fans because of guys like Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers.
Well, this generation, yeah.
And like I said, like I told you before, there was that one poll where 85% of Packer fans are under the age of 40.
Yeah. Most of your guys that are older than me and older than us, that are still with us.
I mean, like I said, Jim Taylor was probably one of my favorite Packers. I mean, there was the golden boy Paul Hornung from Notre Dame, but Jim Taylor to me was, I liked him. I watched certain videos, and he was a smash mouth player.
He fit that style of football.
Yeah.
He fit that style. Paul Hornung was Mr. Flash. He got suspended a year for gambling.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't he the one that got suspended for gambling?
He got suspended, and so did Alex Karras with the Lions.
The golden boy, Paul Hornung.
The golden boy, yeah. He got suspended.
And another one I wish I could have saw, Don Hudson.
Oh, the wide receiver?
Yep.
I remember there was a commercial. Where was I? I can't remember where I saw it, but there was this argument about, like, these Packer fans were arguing, and they were saying, "Oh, Sterling Sharp is the best wide receiver, or this guy's the best wide receiver." There was like some 7-year-old lady goes, "What are y'all talking about? Don Hudson was the best wide receiver ever," and they're like, "Who?"
Oh, hell, I'm at that age now where I'll bring up somebody old school, and then Viking fans look at me like, "Who the hell are you talking about?" Like, read a book, bitch.
Yeah. It's so bad that, like I tell Zoe all the time, to understand the Vikings pain of being a Vikings fan, you have to understand the history.
Well, hey, just like Fran Tarkenton, I cannot take nothing away from Fran. Nothing.
I can't. He didn't win a Super Bowl.
Yes, I think Steve would agree with that.
Wasn't there a certain famous play, Fran, that happened to Fran in the game? Like, I think it was against the Raiders.
Which one? What do you mean?
There was it was like a very memorable play about Fran Tarkenton.
Oh, you mean the one where he scrambled around for hours and hours and he threw the TD pass?
I think so.
That's against that. Well, there's two, and you're going to hate me for this one, Steve. The one you see on TV all the time is the one against the Niners, where the receiver literally fell down, caught a tip pass that fell into his lap.
Okay.
The other one that they don't talk about, but is what set his legendary status, when he beat the Packers in '64, doing exactly what he did, scrambling around. He scrambled for like 18 seconds.
Nice.
He finally threw the ball to tight end Gordy Smith, who Gordy said he ran every pass route he knew from high school to college. And he stood there and he was wide open, and Fran hit him with the ball finally. And that set up the game-winning field goal by Fred Cox. But yeah, that was the other one. And what's his name? Hated Tarkenton from that day forward. Lombardi.
Well, they never show.
He hated Tarkenton.
They won't show that play against, like, when the national media does highlights. They never put the Packers as the team on the receiving end of the bad highlight, unless they're talking about Moss. But they always seem to put the Vikings on there. Whenever you see a player that makes great plays in the NFL, if he played the Vikings and he made good plays against the Vikings,
oh, dude,
the Vikings are going to be on that reel.
I got one for you about that. I used to talk to Bob Lertzema, right?
Yeah.
And Bob played 12, 13 years in the NFL. Bob said, guys, I'm all over NFL films. I'm in every single highlight there is on NFL films. I'm like, doing what? Getting run over, but I'm in highlight
Yeah.
films.
But Steve, you probably don't know. Now that I mention it, Steve, watch when they talk about someone going into the Hall of Fame, or they talk about a guy making great plays even today. You'll always see at least 2 or 3 clips of the Vikings on there.
Oh, that's mandatory. That's mandatory. And it'll be a game we blew them out in, but they'll find that one highlight where they got that one touchdown, and they'll play that one.
Yep.
Well, like Antonio Freeman.
Yeah, they even use it in the
You know what?
Madden
though? I haven't seen that one in years.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the Antonio Freeman one in years.
They even do it on Madden commercials.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just saw that the other day somewhere. Where was I at on TV? And they showed that Antonio Freeman and Chris, the greatest corner of all time for the Vikings, Chris Fishman.
Why you got to say that, Steve?
Because you guys say shit to me, so hey, I can fire back.
We don't even claim Dishman. He was an Oiler.
Yeah, we don't claim him.
Yeah,
I say, this is my thing that I say, hey, if you play for the Vikings for at least 1 year, to me, you'll always be a Viking, unless your name's Chris Dishman.
You guys can't hate him that bad. Come on.
Steve, is there a Packer player from the past that you hate more than anything in the world?
Yeah, Dean Lowry.
Oh yeah, you dumped him off on us, you fucker. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Merry Christmas, bro.
Yeah, Happy Hanukkah to you too.
But the Vikings seem to do 2 things. They don't draft players from the University of Minnesota.
Why?
And they sign old Packers.
I'll tell you what, it's like for.
So you're telling me of all the years they never drafted not one guy from Minnesota?
Oh no, yeah, they have. They've missed them recently.
They haven't done it in a while.
Oh no, I take that. You know what? I take that back. We drafted a defensive lineman from Minnesota, Atomawal, and he played 1 year and he looked pretty good. And they cut him last year. He's in Jacksonville now.
Yeah. Before that was what, Tyrone Carter?
Yeah. It was Tyrone Carter.
And Tyrone Carter played the early 2000s.
We passed on Antoine Winfield Jr. and Tyler Johnson. Here's a kicker about that.
And a tackle, the big-ass tackle.
Falali.
Yeah.
Falali.
Hold on a second. I'll be back.
And Tyler Johnson, we needed a wide receiver because he was from North Minneapolis, hometown kid, and we let him go. But it worked out for him and Winfield because they both got rings in Tampa Bay.
I even saw an article today somewhere on YouTube saying that the Packers were like, what was it? Like a top front team to acquire Stephon Diggs.
Why would you want Diggs?
I didn't say I wanted him. I'm just saying I saw that someone brought up that damn shit about. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. That's not going to happen.
I can't see him in Green Bay.
No, that ain't going to happen. He should go back to Minnesota.
No, we don't want him either. No. And plus, he left out of here under such bad terms. He's not coming back.
Right.
He's crying about having Josh Allen throw him the ball. I would love to see him with Bryce Young.
You know, he keeps running his mouth. He'll end up with Bryce Young. He will. He'll end up with Bryce Young, or better yet, he'll end up with the Jets.
Jets. Oh God, what a joke.
Sorry
he just needs to just shut up and play football. You know.
Yeah, that's funny that these guys have their lives, set. They get to play football, make millions of dollars, ain't got to worry about really money again or anything, and then they got to just screw it all up.
Because, Steve, most of them are broke again.
Well,
there's a great show.
That's just plain stupidity.
The very first 30 for 30 that ESPN did. Now, I don't like a lot of stuff that ESPN does. Their live sportscast is fine, but a lot of the programs I don't watch. But the 30 for 30 is pretty good. The first ever 30 for 30 that ESPN did was broke. It was called Broke, and they talked to all these professional athletes who made a lot of money when they were playing, who are now completely broke because they spent all their money.
Yes,
On
JD,
what?
we have.
I mean, what can you like? I
$10,000 a night.
You know what? The way they be here's the thing: the way they be spending. I mean,
$10,000 a night at a strip club, if not more.
yeah, you couldn't do like Pac-Man Jones and go get your money back after you threw it out there. Come on.
They go to TNA.
And they weren't throwing ones; they were throwing like 5s, 10s, 20. Yeah.
Well, plus, and here's another thing too: they can't go alone; they got to take their crew with them. So,
Hey, Norpheus, Steve's here all the time. He doesn't.
we invited him, Orpheus, because
Yeah,
he actually is not like a Packers fan.
Yeah, he's not actually like a
Typical
Viking,
Packers fan.
typical Packers fan. He actually respects the Vikings, and when we're talking about NFL stuff in
I
general,
go anywhere where I can talk football. I love these guys.
Yeah.
If I can.
Then why the hell do you go to Detroit Lions groups when you want to talk football?
and they don't let you on.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's funny to listen to them talk stupid shit.
You guys know Norpheus. To be fair, when we were talking just Viking stuff, Steve didn't say anything. He was just there listening. Then we started talking about other stuff. That's when Steve started talking.
Hey,
So,
I wish we all can get together, go to a Buffalo Wild Wings, have some wings and shit, talk football.
oh, here's a question for you: Buffalo wings, bone in or bone out?
Doesn't matter.
Because bone out, if bone out, you ain't eating chicken wings. You're eating chicken nuggets.
I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Right. In 01, I lived up in Buffalo with my ex-girlfriend, and we would go to Buffalo. We would go to Buffalo Wild Wings a lot to watch hockey or whatever it was. Like I said, it was fun. It was great. I wish.
I was in a lot back in the day.
Like I told so many other people, a lot of you guys that I got to meet on here, I can, like Sarah, you guys here, I made some really nice friends, really cool friends that I can actually sit down and enjoy, talk football with, joke around, and have fun. This is awesome.
So then you'll torture yourself next week and go back into the Lions room.
When you guys go to B Dubs, what flavor wings do you get?
the habanero one, mango habanero.
I get barbecue.
I get blazing.
I get the garlic pepper parmesan.
I have got those. I do like those.
Yeah.
I don't like my ass being on fire.
Shut up, Steve. Shut up, Steve.
I'm just gonna leave that one alone.
Yeah, I'm shutting up.
Hold on a second. Let's see.
I'm just shutting up.
You forget. Oh, the parental advisory.
There we go. But call me weird. I don't know what it is, but when I eat like hot wings, that burning sensation you get in your mouth that burns? I like that.
Have you had ghost pepper?
Yes.
So basically, Ketch, you know what? Ketch just told us he's a masochist.
I actually have beef jerky. I actually have beef jerky from a place called Bucky's. It's really big here in Texas. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. They make ghost pepper beef jerky.
I have a friend down there.
I've heard of that.
I have a friend down in Texas.
I got a question. Why the hell would I want to eat something that between each bite I'm wiping away tears and sweat because it's so damn hot?
You may be wiping away tears and sweat. I don't.
Why?
Because I don't sweat till I'm actually done. I don't sweat while I'm eating it.
Do you eat ghost pepper? You eat ghost pepper though, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh
Ghost
my
pepper.
god.
I've never eaten anything that hot before. I had to drink like 5 cups of milk.
It's oh my god. Ghost pepper, I tried it one time. I'm like, yeah, never again.
Yep, and my ass was on fire.
Orpheus doesn't believe that you don't like your ass being on fire, Sarah. I think that's what he meant.
No. If it's so hot I can't enjoy it, I don't want it.
Right.
Well, no.
Right.
There's a difference.
I agree.
Yes, it has. I like it really hot,
Mm-hmm.
but it has to have flavor too. It just can't be hot.
I mean, I like a little kick, but I like TB. I want it to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
Tabasco,
if it's hot, I'll take a kick.
Tabasco does nothing for me.
My face was like numb from eating like that ghost pepper. Oh my god.
But here's the thing, though, too, and I know because Trisha's the same way. She likes spicy food. If you eat enough of it, though, you almost become immune to it.
Right.
Well, the ghost pepper is the hottest natural pepper. There's a pepper called Carolina Reaper, but that's
I've heard of it.
That's not natural. That's lab made.
Because if I get a head cold, I feel like a real whatever, I will gnaw into a raw onion.
If you get a head cold?
Yep.
Yeah, because onions make you cry when you cut them.
But I mean, I'll bite right into an onion with a head cold. I'm telling you, that head cold's gone.
With an onion?
Yep.
Does it work on allergies?
It probably, because I'm telling you, your eyes and nose is going to burn like a son of a bitch when you. It's going to. I mean, it works.
I just eat the ghost.
I just take a shot of liquor.
No, that could work, but see, I don't drink, so.
I used to do that all the time when I drank.
It's funny you say that, JD, because there's a restaurant that I actually worked at, and where I'm from, it was called RJ Gators. Their hottest sauce was actually called Clear the Sinuses.
Just a lot of my friends think I'm half Mexican because I'll bite into a raw onion like that.
Damn. I'll have to try that.
It works. I mean, I'm telling you now, bro. Your
it's
eyes,
probably kind of the same principle as smelling salt.
Your eyes and nose, it's going to burn. I mean, you'll breathe. If you're stuffed up, whatever, and you do that, your eyes and nose is going to burn like a son of a bitch, but you'll breathe.
Okay. I'll have to try that then. Because I need to be prepared because weather's changing. I'm probably going to be stopped.
I think I got immune to hot sauce because when we used to have parties or whatever like that, and if you felt like whoever would fall asleep first or second or like that, it was different every time. But like whoever fell asleep at a certain time would get Tabasco around their lips.
Tabasco ain't nothing.
But when you're a kid,
Tabasco's like the lightweight of Tabasco's not even. I mean, they've got three different. They've got different.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, when you're a kid,
Tabasco now.
When you're a kid, though, yeah.
Yeah, when you're a kid, but
yeah.
I'm Asian, so I used to eat like really spicy food, and then I had ulcer, and ever since then I can't eat spicy anymore.
Yeah, when I go to a Thai restaurant,
yeah.
when I go to a Thai restaurant, Sarah, I get native Thai spice.
Yeah, that Thai pepper. Ooh.
Yeah.
Man, that Thai, no thanks. Yeah.
Talk about vintage.
I love your new name, Sarah. Sarah the Vi Queen.
I was gonna go with Dyke, but
I was gonna say when you sign into Alliance when you do Alliance thing, make sure you put Sarah the Dyke Queen.
They don't let you go on there anymore.
Sarah scared him away. Yeah, the Lions can't have a show like this though.
No.
When they talk history,
no, they can't.
No. Well, you know what though, Catch? You can actually back in the day on that show, they used to let a lot of us go on mic. But then for whatever reason, they stopped that. Now it's like they only select.
Let the Bears guys.
Yeah, him and a few others. It's really none of us anymore.
Because they feel they're in the same boat as the Bears division-wise. And so we've won the division so much.
Now
we're like the outcasts now because Lions fans are like, it's our division now. You ain't got shit now.
Now the one dude, Jeremy, in the morning, Sarah. I don't know if you've been or not. He has a number where you can call. You could actually call into the show and talk, ask questions, whatever, and so forth. Because I've done it a few times. and whatever, try to get the ball rolling for them. Because, I see you guys having these pods, and I want you guys to have fun. And, you guys are awesome to do this for people to talk football. So Jeremy, in a way, I guess, is like, he's doing the right thing. He's giving people a chance to talk, at least.
Well, I mean, your podcast is going to be called Football Talk. You can't just talk about the Lions.
Right.
Yeah, because that subject gets old in a hurry, like 5 minutes.
Right.
I know.
5 minutes, 2 minutes.
Well,
So let's talk about Lions history.
I'm being nice when I give them 5 since they won the
Let's
division.
talk about Lions history. The Lions won their first division in 30 years.
Why are we talking about Lions history? They ain't got none.
So next, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm mimicking the Lions show.
So this
The Lions
year,
won the division for the first time in 30 years.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'll say,
you know what?
Let's do it again next year.
Here's the thing: the Lions probably would have had better history if they had not traded Bobby Lane.
The curse of Bobby Lane.
God, he's going back.
So whatever pain and suffering they've had, they brought on themselves.
If you don't want to take a trip back in time, this is the wrong show.
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I'm really like this show here, and I like the show that Jamie and Casey has, the GG Sports Talk.
Yeah.
And it like both the Viking shows, and like I really enjoy going to them because it's a lot of fun. Like
they really don't let people on though.
Huh?
Said they don't really let people on their show though.
Well, no, but what's nice is the fact that like they will bring up a card and give you a chance to win a card, and
yeah,
I would do the underscore skull thing because if I win it, I'm just going to tell them to give it to Sarah. I'm just trying to win it, because she does, and it's I don't know. You can.
It's like rigged for Sarah.
Well, no, it seems like it's rigged for the same guys because it's like the same guys are always winning it.
I've been in there almost every show. I've been on the last couple of times, just because I'm busy.
I used to win them a lot.
I've won twice.
Well, I only do that because if I win, I'm just going to say, give it to Sarah. If it comes to me, then I'm just going to send it to Sarah. I'll just give it to Sarah. It's for Sarah. That's just what I'm going to do. Because she's a Viking fan. She's a friend of mine. And it's whatever. I'm just trying to help out a friend.
If I was a Cowboys fan, I would be livid if Black Kirk Cousins got $60 million. Oh my God!
He's
you guys
getting
think
it.
He deserves $60 million.
He's getting it.
He's getting it.
Jerry Jones loves Dak Prescott.
Yeah, he's gonna get it.
Good.
Oh man, that would piss me off.
That means we'll be beating the
But
Cowboys.
you know what?
Cowboy
fans will still be talking next year. We're going to the Super Bowl.
How can we beat the
Nation.
Packers? But how do we beat the Packers?
That's sad that the Packers have more playoff wins at AT&T than the Cowboys.
For you guys, I don't know if you guys who were in the chat or in the comment section, guys who were listening, if you don't know what a Cowboy fan is, just watch Skip Bayless. That is a Cowboy fan. They are all like that.
God.
He said Skip Bayless.
Oh.
They are all. There's just a million Skip Baylesses running around.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I saw when he went off on Shannon. I saw when that happened live. And I'm like, Shannon, why don't you clock him? Just punch him. What the hell?
I like it. I like it when he goes off on Molly.
Oh.
They are so disrespectful to her.
Who, Molly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't.
Like when she she dropped something on, like she like bent over to they were talking about something and she bent over to do something, to demonstrate whatever, and one of the guys goes, Molly, can you do that again? I mean, come on.
Was it Orlovsky?
I
don't know who it was, but
it's the next morning after a Cowboys loss in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I watched. Yeah.
When Cowboys lose, holy shit. He
And then the Cowboys come in and have their best game ever. When they
well,
play
then he'll do
Minnesota.
those stupid TikTok videos where you see him walking to the garbage can. He hits the garbage can open and starts throwing away all his Cowboy jerseys.
Yeah,
I know
Oh,
it's
yeah,
so
I
fake.
saw that.
and then
It's
that
like
last
for
couple
some
years
reason
ago, when
they're all Zeke Elliott jerseys.
couple years ago when they played Vikings and they beat them in Minnesota,
Oh, they were going to the Super Bowl.
he's like, oh, they're going to the Super Bowl. They're going. And Shannon goes, but you said the Vikings were frauds.
And Stephen A. Smith, he's another one that goes off on Molly.
Yeah,
But they got them two go at it.
yeah.
Right.
They
Right.
go at it. She's disrespected Steven a few times.
Uh-huh.
You know, so he's he's gonna say something.
That's fun to watch.
But Molly will say she said something and she kept interrupting because it was Steve's time to talk, and she kept interrupting him. And Steve's like, I let you talk, let me talk. And he was being civil.
What
Yeah.
is
But
that?
she just would not do it.
Oh, that's her dog.
That's Sarah's ass.
That's
after
Sarah's
she ate
dog.
Hot sauce.
It's either that or her ass is on fire.
That's what I said. That's her ass after she ate hot sauce. It's whining. Please stop. this show's gone off the rails.
It was never on the right track in the first place.
I remember that episode. What was that guy's name? He was the dad of the Baller Boys.
Lamar? You're
Yeah.
talking about
Oh,
Baller?
what's his name? Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh God, yeah.
He
yeah.
made a comment. He made some type of a sexual innuendo to Molly one time on the show. He's like, yeah, you can switch gears with me anytime.
Oh, Lamar Ball.
Yeah, Lamar Ball.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
did not like him.
No, and it was really hard. It was
You
really
can
hard.
tell his kids don't like him either.
It was really hard to separate the dad from the kids.
Right.
Oh yeah, the kids were more of an adult than the dad was.
Like, when they would get in trouble, someone would get him out of trouble. He would take the credit for getting them out of the trouble, even though he wasn't the one who helped them get out of trouble.
Good night, JJ.
Good night, JJ.
Hi, JJ.
Yeah, good night, JJ. Yeah,
I mean,
the Wild won again tonight.
are his boys still even playing?
I think
One of them, I think
one's over in Europe, isn't he?
the youngest one is, I think, in Europe. The one was it LaMelo, I think, is going to have the career. But Lorenzo, the one that plays for the Hornets, I think his career is over because he tore up his knee really bad.
He was the first one, right?
Yeah.
No, second.
Second.
LaMelo's the oldest. LaMelo Ball's
Yeah.
the oldest.
That's right.
Yeah,
Do you guys
but
watch
yeah,
the O-line
he tore
committee?
he hasn't played in 2 years because of his knee injury.
Oh, he's done.
Nowadays, with an injury, like, you're done.
Yeah, he's done. What'd you say, Sarah?
Do you guys watch the O-line committee?
That's Alex Boone, isn't it? And
Alex
so-
Boone and Cheryl's.
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Oh no! Like people were like the Kirk Crusaders were coming after them because
Well, they're Alex Boone. His biggest issue with Cousins is that because neither one of them actually played with Cousins, but Alex Boone's biggest issue with Cousins is that he completely takes a day off.
Oh yeah, that
that-
Tuesday off. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Alex Boone's biggest issue with Cousins.
that's a big issue for me too.
That's a big
Because I
issue.
feel
That's a big issue for a lot of people.
He's like all the
Because I
team players
feel
on
like
the team.
you know what, you work like 6 months out of the year. You can spend those 6 months with your family. You're a paid professional athlete, so get your ass in on Tuesdays to do whatever you need to do.
You know which one went after him the most, Sarah, for saying that was Rick Sosa on Twitter.
Yeah,
And
I was just
basically, that's what it sounds like. Sarah watched it because that's basically what Alex Boone said. Alex Boone said from pretty much from OTAs until February, You get that. You get after OTAs, you get like a month, maybe a month and a half to spend time with your family. But once training camp starts, from training camp until February,
You're all in.
it's family. It's football. It's nothing but
Yeah,
football.
you're all in.
Morning to night, nothing but football. You eat it, you drink it, you sleep it, you do everything. And for me, if I had a quarterback that took the day off, I would. He's like I would. See, I don't think Kirk Cousins could be a teammate with someone like Alex Boone because Alex Boone would call him out on his bullshit.
Yeah. Oh well, no, like they were attacking him, like he wasn't even good anyways, and all this that. I was like, all the Kirk.
Well, no, I watched the episode. They said there's got to be something about him because players seem to like him. But
Yeah, but you have to see too,
Alex
though.
Boone
All
would
the
say,
players that are playing with Kirk are like new first-time players, so that's the only quarterback they've known. So they're gonna have his back.
Here's the thing though. When Kirk got here, many of those players heard his reputation around the league, and it wasn't a good one. And with a lot of the old guys, they're like,
whoa.
"What?
The comment.
Oh,
What does it say? I can't read it.
Alex Boone was not that good.
he says
Yeah,
he
but that has
was
nothing
not
to do with
Now with us,
that has nothing to do with his comments about Kirk taking.
you know
the
why?
job.
Okay, JD, you know why Alex Boone was not good with us? Because we had a sorry ass fucking offensive line coach.
Alex Boone was
Period.
good. Alex Boone
Did you-
was good with us, but it was his choice to leave.
He wouldn't take a pay cut. I wouldn't take a pay cut either.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why it was his choice to leave. He talks
No,
about
I'm not
why
taking a pay cut. I was your most steady player on that offensive line that
Right,
year.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody around me got hurt, but you
Right.
want me to take a pay cut. Screw you.
That's why I'm saying it was his choice to leave because he wouldn't take a pay cut. And he
Screw you.
said the culture that when he first got there was not the same culture as when he left because he said you could see the culture change midway through the season. And he's like, I don't want to be part of this no more. I'm out. That's
Yeah,
why he didn't take
big
it.
time.
And he knew if he didn't take a pay cut, he was gone. So that's why he didn't take a pay cut.
Yeah,
He was the best
I like
offensive
him.
lineman that year. For the Vikings, he was the best offensive lineman.
I like him though, because he like
Oh, he'll tell
he
you he
will
doesn't
call
hide.
people out and not
Yeah.
ever, like you know.
he's old school.
Yeah.
He's old school.
Well, Jeremiah Sherrills can't be as open as Boone is because Sherrills is an actual agent.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah, so
can't.
he can't
His
really
Super
talk.
Bowl story was so damn funny.
Yeah, he had some good stories. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because he was talking about how when he watches the Super Bowl, he doesn't want anybody to talk to him. And so he was watching the Super Bowl, and in the fourth quarter, this guy was like, "So did you play in the NFL?" And he's like, "Yes." And then like that guy just kept talking and talking and talking to me. He's like, "I want to punch this guy in the face. Let me watch this game in peace."
Yeah, I don't blame him on that one.
Yeah.
I do not blame him on that one.
Yeah, my wife had
Yeah.
to go to work the next day, so she watched the halftime show, then she went to bed. But
Yeah, but the Kirk Crusaders, ooh, did they come after them too?
Oh, they
even knew
Boone
it.
bad.
They even said in the comments, we're going to get destroyed by the Kirk Crusaders. They even said it. It was like Alex Boone goes, he looks into the camera, he goes, I don't care.
No,
Well,
he doesn't.
and the thing is, they didn't even say anything bad. They just said from all the teams that they have like experienced, all their quarterbacks have came in on Tuesday.
Yeah, Jeremiah Sherrills, when he played for the Chargers, said that he would get to the facility at 5:00 in the morning, and Phillip Rivers was already there, and then he would leave before Phillip Rivers did. And he's like, so what's Cousins' excuse? Phillip Rivers has got like 9 kids. Well, he's like he has 12 now, but when I played with him, he had 9. And he had this big ass truck that he's like, he had someone drive him so he could watch film to the facility, home to the facility, and watch film at the facility. He's like, and Alex Boone's like, well, you probably got the facilities early because he has so many damn kids.
He wants to get some quiet time.
Those two are awesome together, man.
They are.
And
I think
Phil
the three
Mackey
of them
is
have really
genius
good,
with that show because he knows when not to say anything.
He lets them talk.
Yes.
He lets them talk.
Yeah.
He lets them talk.
And
Yeah,
they both think Kirk should go.
And Jeremiah Sherrills, when it comes to talking about Cousins' contract, Sherrills doesn't say anything because he knows it's good for the other players.
Yeah,
he doesn't-
especially if he's got a quarterback.
Yeah, he won't
Yeah,
say,
he-
"Oh, Cousins has got a bad contract." He won't say that.
Yeah, as an agent, he's not going to say anything that could jeopardize him getting paid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Boone will, but Sherrills.
Boone also, I don't think Boone has that high of regards for Kirk anyway.
No, he doesn't.
No, I think Sherrills likes him more than what Boone does, but Boone doesn't. Boone, I think that not taking Tuesdays off is the reason why Boone doesn't like him.
But here's and I saw that on Twitter or X, and people were just like ripping those two for that. It's like, why can't he take a day off? Blah 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 blah. It's like there's certain people Kirk can do no wrong.
Yeah.
He just cannot do any wrong. It's just it and what that's and like now they're saying re-sign him. Why? Because he puts up the yards and he gets the touchdowns. What about Windsor, buddy?
Well, especially now with the salary cap up, they're like, oh, now we can
the
re-sign
salary
Kirk.
cap.
Yeah,
Higher than people
now they
thought.
want him. Now they're like, pay Kirk whatever he wants.
People, did you hear the rumor, Sarah? 3 years, $100 million.
Oh my God!
75 of it guaranteed.
No, I've been reading some comments from Kirk Crusaders. They would rather trade JJ and build around Kirk. I'm like, are you fucking dumb? Thank God you are not the GM. You do not fucking build around a 36-year-old and trade your best player who is going into his prime so that you can build around this guy who we've been trying to build around for the last 6 goddamn years. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
There are people who want to get rid of. There's just people who want to get rid of all of our good players. There's people out there who say trade Cousins.
They want to give all that money to Kirk.
They want to get rid of Cousins. They want to get rid of JJ. They want to get rid of Darisaw. They want to get rid of O'Neal. They want to get rid of Hunter. They want to get rid of TJ.
O'Neal can go.
So
the thing is, I don't understand why. You know, it's like, oh, tear it all down. Well, if we keep tearing shit down, we're never going to be able to go anywhere. You keep the pieces that are the foundations, and then you get rid of access.
Well, you got to put. I mean, to do that, I mean, you got to put them in the. You got to have the right players to work. And here's the problem. The problem probably isn't the players. It could be the coaching. I'm just being honest. It could be.
No, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make any sense to trade Darisaw. Why would you fucking trade Darisaw? You know?
Because he's going to want big money when his contract's up.
But that's what good left tackles demand because he protects the goddamn quarterback.
the problem is a lot of these people who say get rid of everybody, they think that they can have a team and not pay anybody. It doesn't work that way. You have to pay. You're always going to have 2 or 3 guys on a team.
Yeah, they want to pay. They want everybody to be like on rookie salaries.
Yeah,
and still expect to win, and that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, there's always going to be at least 4 or 5 guys on a team that make a lot of money. That's just
or they'll have that attitude, next man up.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. There's a reason starters are starters.
Yeah.
I'm leaving it. There's a reason starters are starters.
And there's a reason why Super Bowl teams always have 1, 2, 3 superstars. They need them.
Well, you know what? Kansas City proved they don't need a wide receiver.
Well, no, when
you have
someone like Mahomes, you don't need.
That's why I said quit comparing. Like, well, look at New England and look at the Kansas City Chiefs. They proved that you don't need a receiver. I'm like, yeah, because they have the GOAT and the future GOAT.
They had
Brady.
Brady.
We all know I don't dislike Cousins as much as you do. I can take or leave him. But Cousins, I can take or leave him.
Is that geared at me?
Huh?
Is that question geared at me?
No, I'm saying I don't dislike Cousins as much as you guys do. I don't want him making $45 million, but if the Vikings resign him for 25, 30, I'm fine with that. But
Yeah, I can deal with 25.
anybody,
I don't want him getting guaranteed money. Period.
Anybody, I don't care who you are. Anybody who compares Kirk Cousins to Mahomes or Brady needs to have their head examined.
Oh, you know what? Don't say that because guess what? Then all the Kirk stands will be on you.
They can bring. I don't care.
Oh, there is this Vikings guy who's always
No, sir.
on these, like,
I heard
podcasts.
the Falcons are the number one team in contention for Cousins.
You guys need to stop, okay?
Actually, they were talking to his wife the other day, and I saw a black and red thing behind her. I think it was a Falcons flag.
Hey, you know what? I would rather take Cousins than Fields, Trisha.
They'll probably get Fields.
Good
They'll
luck
probably get Fields.
beating the Saints.
Okay, Russell Wilson.
No, she don't want Wilson. No.
Hey, Trisha.
No.
Cousins are Wilson. Cousins are Wilson, Trisha. Yeah, Too Evil. I think Too Evil is one of those guys that wants to get rid of everybody. Darasol, JJ, Cousins.
He wants to get rid of the whole team. He wants to sign Wentz.
No, see? No.
No. Hell to the no.
Change the B to an N. No Knicks.
Hell fuck no.
Yeah, they might take him.
That's why we gotta jump. We can trade with the if he starts falling and we haven't traded up, we can trade with the Chargers.
As a backup.
He was on IR. He got a ring by default because he just happened to be on the team.
Yeah, just like that ball boy got a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you see, Trisha would rather roll with Ritter.
For real?
Well, yeah, it's a new coaching staff. You might
Ritter
work with the coaching staff.
They still got Heineke, don't they?
Heineke's a free agent.
Heineke would have been good here if he didn't kick a damn door.
We should sign Heineke.
Hey, Tyler. You're even practice squad players make like $90,000 a year.
Yeah.
Call a fucking locksmith.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? I want to be the backup quarterback who just holds a clipboard for a couple million. You never get hurt. And at the end of your career, you have millions.
What's his name? Perfected that. The backup for the Chiefs that beat the Vikings a couple years ago. The guy from Missouri. He played in Missouri College. Not Henny. The guy played. He played football. He was a quarterback for Missouri. He came into the league. War number 4.
That was Henny.
Well, no, Chad Henne went to Michigan. This guy went to Missouri. He was career backup. Years and years and years, he was a career backup. Chase Daniels?
Chase Daniels.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Chase Daniels, yeah.
That dude, you talk about, hey, I would take that career.
Hell yeah, I would.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And don't
What?
say
I
there's
gotta-
guys
I gotta
holding the
hold the
clipboards
clipboard?
don't get hurt.
Hell yeah.
God damn. Somebody pay me millions to hold a clipboard.
Yeah, but don't say there's guys holding
Actually,
the clipboard don't get
Mannion,
hurt.
Too Evil, Mannion is now a coach with the Packers.
Yeah. Also, I don't think McCarthy's going to be there at 11 anymore.
That sucks.
He has way too much steam going on right now for him to be there.
Yeah, like
at
somebody
11.
did a mock draft and they had the Vikings jumping up to spot 3 to take JJ McCarthy. I was
Yeah,
like, are you
he-
fucking kidding
Yeah,
me?
you know
The
what?
top 4 picks now. Well, I'll think that most people have Chicago trading out of the one pick because Chicago is the only
No.
team. The only Chicago Chicago is the only team that can mess up the quarterback run if they decide to keep their pick. But
It sounds like
most mock
Chicago and
drafts
Fields
now
are getting
have
divorced.
most mock drafts now have quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3, 4.
If you guys
Williams
don't,
May.
The Cardinals
Uh,
don't need. We would have to trade with the Cardinals then.
if you guys
Yeah,
don't
'cause-
get a quarterback at 11 or anywhere, I can see you guys trading up back into the first with us.
Because the
And
only team that needs a quarterback in front of us is Atlanta.
And like you guys will trade back into the first with us basically and grab a guy
And
like
Atlanta would be one to take Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, so that's the only team that would like be able to draft the quarterback before it gets to us.
You mean after
unless
the
we
top?
poach them.
After the
Yeah,
top
baby,
three.
I agree with you on quarterbacks.
Sarah, you're talking after the top 3, right?
Yeah. Because if
Well, should-
McCarthy goes 4, he's not going to last to 11.
Well, if he goes 4, it won't be to the Cardinals. They'll trade that pick.
Yeah.
When is the combine? Next week?
Yeah, next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So then we'll get a quick
surprised.
picture.
Don't be surprised if there's a lot of steam about a certain quarterback who played in the SEC after the combine.
Oh, you can say his name.
Oh yeah, that's right. Zoe's not here.
Zoe's not here.
Yeah, we ain't
Well,
gonna
I get
flip out
confused.
with
I
Joe.
get called a homer when I talk about him, though.
And have you met her? Notice I have not mentioned it.
I'll say it. Spencer Radler.
Yeah, I get called a homer because he went to my school. I get called
That
a homer
triggers Zoe.
because Zoe. And you know what? The thing that makes Zoe mad is that I say, "Give me an example why Spencer Rattler is going to be a bust. Why you think he's not good?" Well, look at the record of the team. You can't go by the record of the team.
Right.
You tell me what other SEC quarterback would have the numbers that Spencer Rattler had, losing your top 2 receivers
Mm-hmm.
down to 3 offensive linemen on scholarship and losing your top tight end and having no running game at all.
I don't know, but when you two go at it, it's like popcorn material.
Well, if he would give me a good excuse why Spencer Rattler's not going to be good, I'd leave him alone.
I mean, it's popcorn material. I'm
And
like,
he's so hung up on Caleb Williams. Really?
Yeah.
Oh God.
okay, I'm going to tell you right now, and I'll be the first one to say, Caleb Williams going to be a bust.
Yes. Yes.
He's gonna be a bust.
As Tony, you and I, we
think it
both
depends
played.
where he
Okay,
ends
so the
up.
3 of us, one played quarterback, and Tony and I, we both played defense. My 2 quarterbacks I played for, if there was a brick wall in front of me and that motherfucker was on fire, he told me to run through it, I'd be like, yes, sir, I'm running through that goddamn wall for you. Players are not going to do that for Caleb Williams because when you throw your teammates as a quarterback under the bus, ain't no one going to fucking play for you.
No, you know what'll happen in the pros? That'll get his ass beat.
Yeah.
That'll get his
Yep.
ass beat. And then
The
he'll cry about
the
that.
offensive line will be like, "What?"
Too evil. It's
Yeah.
okay to cry when you lose because some guys are just emotional like that. But you
Well, you know
can't
what I want to
cry
say?
and throw your teammates under the
What?
bus.
What I want to see this year, if the Bears do draft Caleb Williams, okay, just like I went and saw all the Bear fans when they got
It's actually pretty funny.
when the Bears drafted Fields, and I saw all the Bear fans at the draft saying yes, they was all excited and whatever because they thought they got their quarterback. I want to see this again. If the Bears draft Caleb Williams, I want to see these Bear fans go nuts. Like,
They're not going to draft Caleb Williams because one, Caleb
Right.
Williams has said he's not playing in Chicago.
right.
So right there, you're still going to if the Bears are going to be dumb enough to still draft this guy after he's told you loud and clear he's not going to play for you, that's
They
on
deserve
you.
it. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
like I said, they should just take Marvin Harrison first, or trade out of that or something. Because
Well, here's the thing: if you're gonna keep Justin Fields,
If they don't take a quarterback at 1, they're trading back.
If you're going to keep Justin Fields in Chicago,
I hope so.
give him weapons. Give him Marvin Harrison.
But what's all this stuff? Fields to Pittsburgh. Fields to Pittsburgh. I mean, what the?
Because that's there too. Because it's either Fields to Pittsburgh or Russell Wilson to Pittsburgh.
Right.
There was a Pittsburgh Steeler insider who said the Steelers are not gonna do a veteran quarterback.
That's bullshit.
They're not what?
Then they're going to stay with Pickett.
He said they're not gonna. He said they're trying to move up to get one of the big three quarterbacks. They're not taking a. They don't want a veteran quarterback.
What are they going to give up?
Because they said because someone said Cousins would be perfect fit in Pittsburgh, and this guy's like, no, they don't want to.
Here's okay.
He said they don't want a veteran quarterback. They
Here's
want.
the thing.
Cousins ain't going to the AFC North and getting his ass whipped twice a year from the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Browns.
And here's another thing too. These coaches, they know Kirk Cousins. None of these coaches want Kirk Cousins. None of them. Whatever they want to do on offense, Kirk hinders it. No matter how good of a quarterback he is, he hinders it because of his brain. I mean, geez. Hell no, Too Evil. Why you do that shit?
Hey, Hammy, it was changed on me. The thumbnail you guys see. Yeah. Yeah, it was changed on me. So when it changed, it changed. There's been something going on lately where I tried doing a thumbnail and it took like one of the letters off and put it on the line below and stuff like that.
What's wrong with the thumbnail? I didn't see it.
No, it says on the top, it says Vintage Open Forum, ask a Vikings history question. The first I is missing out of Vikings. It wasn't like that when I typed it. So something happened when Yogi changed the thumbnail, something happened to the title.
Out of all the new coaches that were hired, who do you guys think is going to have the
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh.
record? No,
The worst record? Oh.
The worst record? Oh, Jesus. Who's got new coaches? Atlanta's got a new coach.
Atlanta's going to have the worst record.
No, I think Atlanta gets better.
Unless they sign Kirk Cousins, they'll get better.
Wait, who's the coach in Carolina?
David Dallas, Tampa Bay or OC.
I thought it was.
It'll be Tampa. It'll be Carolina.
Whatever that's Swivig. Yeah.
It'll be Carolina. Right there.
So Carolina has a new coach. Atlanta has a new coach.
Atlanta probably wins the division.
New England has a new coach.
New England has a new coach.
Yeah.
Seattle.
Titans.
Yeah, Titans have a new coach.
Oh, you know what? The Titans could be worse.
And Washington, I think that's 6. I think there's
Dan Quinn's with the Commanders.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's between either Carolina or Tennessee.
Oh, thanks, Hammy.
I'm gonna go with Washington.
One of my favorite franchises of all time.
Who did you go with, Sarah?
I'm going with Washington. I just think it's dumb that if you're gonna draft a rookie quarterback, that you would hire a defensive guy.
They got some dogs at wide receiver though.
They do.
And they have
they need a quarterback.
Terry is happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need a quarterback.
And they have running backs and they have an offensive line. So
no, they don't.
They got rid of their defensive. They got rid of
their
defensive end, Sarahs, but their tackles are still a fucking beast. Their defensive tackles.
Well, put it this way, whoever goes to Pittsburgh is going to have a new center because Mason Cole got cut. They released him. As a bridge quarterback, I'd go with either Carson Wentz, Gardner Minshew, Ryan Tannehill.
Some people say Baker, but Baker's going to want too much money.
Yeah, Baker wants to get paid.
I want Tannehill.
Well, and Tannehill works. Here's a problem with the Vikings. Whoever we get at quarterback is gonna end up throwing more than he needs to because KOC refuses to run the damn football.
And Baker Mayfield would not be a good signing for KOC because did you see the looks that KOC gave Josh Dobbs when Josh Dobbs would run?
Yeah, that's another thing too. That's another.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield's going to want to get paid, man.
And he's not meant to be a bridge quarterback. He's going to want a.
Yeah, he's not going to want to be a bridge.
He's going to want to be. He's going to want to get paid franchise money.
Yeah, but he's going to want to be the man. He doesn't want to be
a bridge.
No, I think Saquon's going to.
Too evil. You know what? No, because the Vikings don't run the football.
And he's going to want too much money.
Yeah.
I do not want Saquon. He is injury prone.
We got rid of an injury-prone running back. That made a lot of money.
And replaced him with a healthy running back who can't fucking get a yard if his life depended on it.
Well, not only that. How in the hell, since 1961, are you the only starting running back in franchise history not to get a goddamn touchdown?
Only took.
I know KOC doesn't run the ball much, but still.
It only took 60 some odd years for that to happen.
And Cam Akers wasn't even a starter.
He didn't get the ball down at the goal line. He had plenty of opportunities.
Oh, what has KOC shown that he wants a mobile quarterback?
He had a mobile quarterback.
And he
had Dobbs, and he got mad whenever Dobbs ran around.
Watch the Chicago Bear game.
Fucking fumbles the ball like no tomorrow.
Watch the Chicago Bear game that the Vikings lost. Was it what 10-7? Watch that
How
game.
How many turnovers did Dobbs have?
Well, no, what I'm saying is watch that game with Joshua Dobbs as quarterback. He tried to turn Joshua Dobbs into Kirk Cousins.
Is that a Gears of War T-shirt you're wearing?
Yes.
Okay.
One of my best. It's one of my favorite franchises.
So then we're not getting Jaden Daniels. We're getting Drake May. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trish. I want franchise money for being a Vikings fan.
No, he's not a top 5 coach.
He's not even top 10.
Yeah, he has those quarterbacks on the roster, but that doesn't mean he wants them to be mobile.
And Dobbs is a free agent, folks. Only quarterback he's literally got on the roster right now is Hall.
Todd, watch the Chicago Bear games that Minnesota loses. He tried to turn Joshua Dobbs into Kirk Cousins, and everybody will tell you Josh Dobbs is not a drop back, read and react quarterback. He makes plays on his feet. Just because they're on the roster doesn't mean that KOC wanted them. From what I understand, Dobbs was not KOC's first choice to come in when Cousins got hurt.
Neither was Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco put a feeler out there for the team.
Joe Flacco wanted to come to Minnesota.
He wanted to come to Minnesota.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind having him as a bridge next year.
I think Cleveland's going to hang on to him. Cleveland's looking for a quarterback too. The reason
I don't like KOC, Big,
I'm not going to say it.
Is because I don't think he runs the ball enough. To me, he doesn't make adjustments fast enough.
He's too soft of a coach. Bottom line, he's too soft. He doesn't have that killer instinct in his shows. He just does not.
If he was smart, he would want to dual threat quarterback because that's the way the league is going. But what I'm talking about is from what I have seen with him as the head coach, he's had mobile. Hall can run a little bit, and Dobbs, as we know, is a runner. And you watch the games that they started. He tried to turn both of those guys into pocket passers.
And that's what
Chris.
What's that? Oh yeah, I miss old school football too.
You know what though? After Hall got hurt in that Atlanta game, that game against Green Bay, when he played scared. It looked like
he played. You know when he started to play scared was that Denver game when he took that hit. He was never the same after he took that hit on that trick play that they ran in the first quarter, where Dobbs was basically a tailback and Hawkinson was the quarterback, and they pitched the ball back to friggin' Dobbs, and he got literally a headshot from Jackson of Denver. He was never the same after that. He was concussed. And and that's another thing too, is why would you call a play in that situation early in the game? Why? Are you trying to out Dan Campbell? Because that's not a lofty goal to go for.
Well, technically, too evil. The NFL's been a passing league probably since the mid '80s, but the rules have just made it.
The rules have been changed, and they've been so tilted to the offense now. Even with special teams, they're trying to get rid of the kickoff.
You got a big bug on your wall catch.
You know.
Oh, that reminds me. You know what's weird is like you know how like they were defending Dan Campbell's decisions because he didn't trust the kicker.
Yeah.
If he didn't trust the kicker, why the fuck did he sign the kicker? You know?
Yeah.
Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, why? If you didn't kick those field goals because you don't trust the kicker, why are you re-signing the fucking kicker? I don't get it.
I don't see it.
It went down. It was on your left side.
Yeah, we're in Texas, so who knows what the hell it was.
But yeah, and that's a case too where management should have got a better kicker. The kickers are a dime a dozen in this league. You can always find a better kicker. You know, it's like
so it was never about him not trusting the kicker. It was about him wanting to show how big his balls were.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's all it is. I'm right with you, babe. Always been a defensive guy.
What? Sarah has a sailor mouth? Oh my god, I never knew Too Evil.
You know what? If Trisha ever gets on here,
she should. What's up?
If Trisha ever gets on here, forget it. It's a wrap.
It could have been a spider trying to stay cool. It's hot. We're in the 80s right now, so.
Are you shocked, Too Evil, that I have such a potty
It
mouth?
probably was a spider. There's a lot. There's tons of spiders here. Most of them don't affect humans, but
here we got a lot of them damn silverfish.
Remember, I'm short. I'm feisty.
What does a silverfish do?
Well, they're very, very fast because they almost look like centipedes.
Yeah,
but
they're a little bit bigger and.
Trisha, we got the thing, the top right hand corner. And my channel's already marked not safe for kids, so.
Yeah.
Here's
I've
another.
never seen a silverfish. I don't know.
Here's another thing about today's football, and we are from an era. We were lucky enough to see it. We are never going to see dominant defenses again in this era of football.
Yeah,
never going to see it again.
The Chiefs defense was considered dominant, and if you look at what they allowed for yards and points,
that ain't dominant.
They'd be bottom third.
Yeah,
I think
they would.
If something would ever happen to Goodell, he's gone, a new commissioner comes in, I think that's when football changes.
And I think I'll tell you, they keep Goodell because he makes some money.
Right.
That's the only reason he makes some money.
Right.
But I know what's his name was thinking about going for the commissioner's role. That former Viking, Matt Burke.
I'm surprised Jerry Jones don't want to be the commissioner and the GM.
I saw with us that what was his name? Policy. Ed Policy, whatever. He's going to be our new
Carmen Policy.
Carmen Policy?
No. What the hell?
His son?
He's going to be our new CEO president after Mark Murphy's gone.
Oh, his son?
I think.
That's his son, yeah. That's his son. You can't find nobody within the organization to take it over?
I think he's been with us.
Oh, okay.
So for a team like Green Bay who don't have owners, how do you hire a president or a GM who makes the call?
The board, I believe. They have a board that does it, just like the Vikings.
It's not like they call all the people who own share and ask them.
Half of them don't have phones.
We in the South.
You know,
Trish,
But-
you need to get on mic, man, and have fun with us. This is great.
We want to hear how much you love Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
no, you don't. If you thought my rants were bad,
We want to hear you cheer his name when he scores touchdowns.
How would you even come up with something like that, Too Evil?
what?
If you could have a spider implanted that laid eggs in your stomach, which would eliminate the need to eat, and you would make you perfectly healthy and fit, would you get one?
Didn't they make a movie out of that called Aliens?
That's great.
They sure did.
Yeah, he was. He was a very good player. Only
Yeah.
reason Matt Burke left the Vikings was because he didn't get along with Brad Childress. And
Yeah, he's another player who left and
Yep.
got a ring.
yeah, he left and got a ring with the Ravens.
And now he's gone into politics.
Yeah, we just sit here and listen to you two bitch and moan.
He ran for lieutenant governor or something with
Yeah, he ran for lieutenant governor and lost badly.
Yeah.
He was more conservative than conservative. Matt Burke is another one. He's ultra conservative. He's got like, how many kids has he got? 6 or 7?
He's got a lot.
Yeah, he's got a lot of kids.
Wasn't Jesse
Yeah,
Ventura the governor of Minnesota?
Yes, he was.
Which is weird because usually the governor of Minnesota, I mean, put it this way, that state, Minnesota is so blue that when Reagan ran for president in '84,
He didn't even win.
Minnesota was the
only
only state
blue
that
state.
didn't vote for Reagan.
Yeah, it's been blue for years.
Yeah,
And Jesse was independent. That's
yeah, which is why
Yeah.
why he won. Yeah,
I think the last Republican to win here was Al Quee, and that was in the 70s.
You mean running on the ticket for president?
No, for governor. That's the last time we had a Republican governor, I believe.
No. What's that guy?
Oh, Palenti.
Yeah, Palenti.
That's sorry ass.
Oh, but we better not
hey,
talk
last
about
time we talked politics, we lost a couple of viewers. I'm just saying.
Oh, I don't care. I could care less.
No, T. Weevil. Are the Vikings being unreasonable?
Yeah, where are the Vikings playing the Falcons here this year? Or are we going? We're not in Atlanta. They're here.
Or we might play them in London.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. We're going to London.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Damn.
guys go over there, have a safe trip, man.
Well, let's go over. If you go over there then that's the only time you'll see sunlight, because once it hits November, it's going to be fucking cloudy all the damn time, cloudy and rain. Actually, the best thing Jesse did was give everybody checks.
It's just cool to have a wrestler be the governor.
Oh God, yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't wear his boa when he won.
Well, they got mad because WWE had the friggin' SummerSlam here, and he was the referee in the match, and they got mad.
What was his wrestling name?
Jesse the Body.
Body Ventura.
Oh,
He was
But
he was a
you win it,
superstar
man.
Billy. He was a superstar Billy Graham ripoff.
Yeah. Cheat if you must, but cheat to win, McMahon.
Yeah, he was a superstar Billy Graham ripoff when he was in the AWA, and he was a tag team partner with Adrian Adonis.
You're
Bunch of
bleeding.
flat jaw faggots around here.
You're bleeding. Bleed. I ain't got time to bleed.
he should have been Sergeant Slaughter. He looks more like a Sergeant Slaughter than Sergeant Slaughter.
Slaughter is actually, Slaughter's a Vikings fan.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a diehard Vikings fan. So is there's a bunch of them. He's a Vikings fan. Shayna Baszler is a big Vikings fan. Sheamus is a Vikings fan.
Shayna Baszler, man. I would not
Um,
want to fight her.
No, she looks pissed off 24/7.
Brock Lesnar's a Vikings fan.
He went there.
Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, there's a bunch of them that are Viking fans.
Now that Prince
He
is
played for
dead,
the Chiefs at one time. Baron
now
Corbin.
that Prince is dead, Josh Duhamel is probably the most famous Vikings fan.
Kane, where's he mayor at?
It's
Who?
the city of Tennessee. So,
Tennessee.
Okay.
Yep. Mayor in Tennessee, small town of Tennessee.
That's just so weird. I mean, it's funny, but it's weird.
What's that?
I said Kane being a mayor.
I know it's.
I guess he had to cut all that hair off, huh?
He's one of the biggest mayors in the
Well, I
history.
mean, what's his name was a professor, and he still wrestled.
George
George the Animal Steel. He was a professor.
Yep, college professor.
Yep. And then when you hear him just before he died, he started doing all these interviews. When you hear him talk, nothing like his character. Nothing. Articulate, you understood every word, even when he was calling somebody an a-hole.
Someone was, what did I see that they said that Rhea Ripley, her father was Viscera.
I can't
Real-
remember if I asked
No.
this. Was Randy Savage? Is Randy Savage married to Elizabeth?
He was.
Was.
Oh, okay.
They were. He was married to another girl when he died.
Randy
Yeah.
Savage died?
Yeah, he had a heart attack while
Yeah, he had a
driving
heart
car.
attack when he was driving. He had a heart attack in
Oh.
2011.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought he was still alive.
No, he had a heart attack when he was
Yeah.
driving a car.
Yep, he had a heart attack when he was driving a car. Miss Elizabeth died in 06 or 07. She OD'd, I believe.
And didn't Luger get in trouble for that?
Yeah, because Luger gave her the drugs.
Yeah, Randy had a heart attack and hit a tree.
Yep.
Oh my
Luger-
God.
Here's the kicker. Luger was staying in one house with Elizabeth, right? But he had another house down the road with his wife.
Weird.
Yep.
Got a question for you, Tony.
Hmm.
What is the priority for free agencies for Vikings 1 through 5?
Okay, for me personally, what I would do, number one, defensive line.
Oh, the
Inside.
Dolphins came out and said they aren't going to take Wilkins.
Okay, so that
That means they're
Changes
going to franchise.
everything.
He's a free agent, I think.
he'll be a free agent. I would go defensive line. I would go secondary.
Yeah, but who's a good free agent?
Xavier Howard was just
Howard or Winfield. Howard or Winfield.
And Xavier was not going to resign in Miami until Brian Flores talked to him. So there's a strong connection there.
Right. The next one, offensive line, because we still need guards. I don't care what anybody says. We need a guard and a center.
Yeah, when Ed Ingram's your best guard, you have an issue.
Yeah. Linebackers. We need linebackers. And then the last one, I'd go with special teams.
We need a kicker.
The Vikings on defense need a front seven overhaul. Plain and simple.
Goodbye, Dean Lowry. God damn.
I know.
Too
He's
evil.
going back to the Packers.
The thing about Antoine Winfield right now is that there was an insider, Tampa Bay Buccaneer insider, who was saying that the Bucs are probably going to use the franchise tag on Winfield.
Well, what are they going to? Well, they can franchise two players, right?
Transition and franchise. You only use the franchise tag.
It would only be $16 million.
We need a center. We need
Not
badly.
see the other option for a franchise is Baker Mayfield. That's not $16 million. That's a hell of a lot more.
No, Mayfield. If you franchise him, you're paying him top dollar.
Yeah.
Because right now we need a center. We need to get rid of Bradbury.
We need a big ass center who doesn't get moved when the
Jackson Powers Johnson.
That is
Yeah, but you can draft him.
that's the best name ever.
Ain't even going to fit on the damn jersey.
And there's that what's
Not
that?
on the new MLB jerseys.
Frazier from West Virginia.
Yeah, there's guys.
So are you guys cutting Bakhtiari or are you guys trading him?
No, there was word. If anything, we're going to release him, and if we do that, we will save like what 21.3 million off the cap.
But
Is that by
hopefully,
June
he's been
1st?
stealing. He's been stealing from you guys the last 3 years.
Yeah, I haven't seen him. Like, I think I've seen Lewis Dean more than him.
Oh God, that's not saying much. Jeez.
I mean, when he was at the top of his game, he was great, but he ain't that.
Oh,
guy
he was
anymore.
like the top left tackle.
Well, him and Balaga were the bookends of the NFL, but then Balaga started breaking down and getting hurt,
Yeah.
and then Bakhtiari started getting hurt. You never had them on the field at the same time. Hell, they both got knocked out of the game against the Vikings in 2017. It was just, it's like they were never on the field together that much.
I will be a happy camper when he's actually gone.
Who do you got playing left tackle right now?
Rasheed Walker.
He's on. Did you draft him?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's on a rookie contract. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing nowadays, folks. Got to realize, as long as these players are on rookie contracts, that's who they'll roll with.
Zach Tom's the right tackle. Rasheed Walker's left. Josh Nijman's there, but there's talk that he could end up going elsewhere maybe. I don't see Royce Newman being back. It's up in the air on John Runyon. So, I mean, but it would be all right. And like I said, I know we're also looking at center as well because all we got was Myers there from Ohio State.
I'm sure your center is still better than our center.
Well, he started to play better at the end of the year.
He was better than our center. Period. Just deal.
Well,
The only person that likes our center is PFF.
That PFF.
I can't take them serious at all.
Well, the problem with PFF is that it's taken as gospel, and it shouldn't be.
What? Okay, but why does everybody live off of that?
You know why it is? Because nowadays there's a lot of people. The NFL is hiring a lot of people with no football background at all, right? They're going by what they read in Pro Football Focus because they don't know football themselves.
Okay, okay.
Okay, your eyes will tell you something different than what PFF tells you. Like
right.
PFF will have a guy who had 12 tackles, a sack, 3 tackles for loss, a pass breakup, and he'll get a 60 rating. You'll see a guy get beat for 3 touchdowns, and they give him like a 90 rating.
Right, but
you mean like Garrett Bradbury?
And they hate Daniil Hunter.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Garrett Bradbury, he gives up 3 sacks, gets knocked around the field, but yet he's the highest rated Viking offensive lineman in a game at an 80-something.
Well,
and you have even injured Darisaw. Even injured Darisaw was still top 5 left tackle in giving up pressures.
Well, like you said,
so there was only 4 tackles. There was only 4 tackles had better numbers as far as giving up pressures and sacks than Darisaw, and Darisaw was hurt. But yet Bradbury gets better ratings than Darisaw. It makes no sense.
Well, like you said, TB, these people have no knowledge of the game of football, and they act like the PFF is like the key thing to go by.
Because most of those people that are in these positions are analytics people. We got one as a GM. So they're going by what other analytics are telling them. Their eyes, what they're seeing with their eyes is not the real story. To them, it's the numbers.
See, because I never went by the PFF.
PFF is just something that happened within the last, 7-8 years?
Yeah.
It's brand new. It's
Right.
not even proven. It's not even a science. It's just a bunch of geeks from Australia who decided to put together a bunch of numbers for football.
Are they from Australia? I could never tell because like they sound like they're
Well,
from like England.
It was started in Australia. Chris Collinsworth bought it and added a little bit to it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's Australian.
No, they sound they sound like Brits too though.
Brits sound like Australians.
Yeah.
Yeah, the English accent.
Yeah, they got that
Like,
accent.
See, the problem with PFF is that they don't know, and this is another thing that Alex Boone hates. He hates PFF. He hates it
I don't like it either.
because
Yeah.
he's like PFF is wrong all the time.
Too evil. PFF is wrong 90% of the time.
Here's the thing. Alex Boone pretty much said, if you watch the last episode that they did, the online podcast, he talks about PFF. PFF doesn't know what the hell the play is supposed to do. They don't know what the hell the coaches are telling the players what to do in that play.
They don't know the game.
So PFF can look at the play and say, well, he missed the block. You don't know if that player was supposed to have that guy or if it was somebody else who was supposed to have him. That's
Right.
the problem with PFF. You know, if Alex Boone said, PFF says I have a low grade, but my coach told me I played the game the way I was supposed to. I did everything right. I don't give a fuck what PFF says.
Right.
That's the problem with PFF. They don't know what the hell the coach wants that play. They don't know the assignments that the coach has for that play.
Yeah, right. Because I have never ever went by the PFF. I always, when I watch the player, and I just watch their performance.
And I get on the you mentioned the GG boys earlier, Steve. I get on
Yeah.
them all the time because they go by PFF. I tell them all the time that PFF sucks.
PFF is not proven.
Right.
Yeah.
PFF is not a proven thing. They are using it like it's a standard. It's not a standard. It's a made up
Yeah,
scale.
but you know why they use it? Because it's the only thing that's there.
That's what Boone
Well, like
said.
TB said, they don't have the knowledge of football. They have to go by the PFF because they don't know dick squat
Right.
shit.
Exactly. Here's a problem with the NFL, and this is a problem with a lot of sports. You've got a lot of people running these organizations and sports teams now that have never played the game, don't know shit about the game. They've only been a fan. So if you're an analytics person, you don't know nothing about the X's and O's. That's where PFF comes in play to be like, well, this is the PFF numbers, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you're watching the game. Did you not see the dude with the 90 rating get his ass kicked 4 or 5 times for 3 sacks and 6 pressures?
Yeah.
Did you not see that?
And the thing that Alex Boone said was the reason why it's so followed is because it hasn't been done before. And there's hardly anybody who still does it today. He says the one thing that pisses him off is how NBC, when they do their broadcast, how Chris Collinsworth is able to use PFF because
It's his.
Because you'll see a rating, like you'll see a cornerback who's a starter for a team. Oh, he's rated 49th out of 51 quarterbacks. Well, as a fan, you see that and you're like, why the hell is he on the field? He sucks.
But you know what that is right there? That's free advertising for Chris Collinsworth's company.
Yeah.
That's all that is free advertising.
Yeah.
Chris Collinsworth don't know shit about football either because, first of all, his ass was not that good as a wide receiver. He wasn't.
Oh, I love
He was not that good as a wide receiver.
You remember that too, huh?
Fuck.
You're just saying that because he's a white receiver. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm saying it because he sucked.
I mean, because
But don't you think it's funny though? Like when a receivers, like a white receiver comes out, they only compare him to other white receivers.
Well, who the fuck
white
did you compare him to? Fred Biletnikoff?
Well, no, like this guy's a Wes Welker type. Like
Well, here's the deal. Collinsworth came out in 81. And at that time, probably the best white receiver was Steve Largent. So he ain't going to hold the candle. He's going to hold the candle to Largent.
Or would you say Largent was better than Allsworth?
Better than who?
Allsworth? Lance Allsworth?
Who is the
Hard to
best
say
white
because
receiver?
it's hard to say because I didn't see Allworth. When I saw Lance Allworth play, it was at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Who who is the best white receiver?
The best white receiver besides Don Hudson? Well, I'm just okay. The days before color TV,
Who are you asking?
Elroy Hirsch and anybody that played with the Giants, not the Giants, but yeah, Frank Giver was a tailback. But you had Tom Fears with the Rams.
If you're thinking of a white receiver for
The best one was Fred Biletnikoff with the Raiders.
if you're thinking of a white receiver for the Giants, JD, you're thinking of Phil McConkey.
I'm not thinking about McConkey. I said before black and white, before color TV.
Well, no, JTD says he was on the Giants, right? The white receiver.
Yeah, he was a third wide receiver.
Yeah.
Would you guys say Christian McCaffrey is the best white running back?
No, not even close. He's not even close.
Hugh McInerney,
John Riggins,
John Riggins, Larry Zonka.
Larry Zonka,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Jim
I
Taylor?
don't know any other
Jim
white running
Taylor?
backs.
Paul Hornung.
Paul Hornan. I mean, most of your great running backs were white at one time.
Night, Trisha.
Hell, we even had one: Bill Brown and Dave Osborne.
Night, Trisha.
The only other white running back that I
Yeah,
remember
baby.
besides Christian McCaffrey was Toby Gerhardt.
Oh, Toby, I won't fumble in college, but you get me to the pros, I'll fumble 3 times a game. Sure.
Matt Shuey.
Matsui?
Oh, yeah. Craig James.
Craig James. Yeah, Craig James. Craig James.
He played at SMU with Dickerson.
Mark Van Egan with the Raiders.
The death penalty.
Yeah, Mark Van Egan.
I just saw
Okay,
a
how
moth
about
fly by
best white corner?
Oh, that's a long time ago. God damn.
Seahorn.
No, Seahorn was the last one.
Yeah.
Before him, corner. Well, hell, we had a good one, Bobby Bryant.
Well, the guy from Iowa, but they're saying he's probably going to get moved to safety.
Who?
Oh, the dude from Iowa.
Cooper Jacine, I think is that.
They're gonna
he's a corner. Yeah, he's a corner / safety, and also he's a hell of a punt returner.
They're probably going to move him at safety in the NFL.
Oh, here's one people forget about as a great white cornerback was Roger Worley. Played with the Cardinals. He was good. But most of the there's few and far between. Jason Seahorn was
Why is
actually.
that? Is it because they're not as tall?
No, I think it might be a footwork and speed.
What was
to be
Pat
honest
Tillman?
with you, I think it's the
Tillman was technically a safety.
I think it's
Safety,
the hip.
okay.
I think it's the hip movement.
Yeah, it's a lot of it is footwork and hip movement.
Yeah.
I love Pat Tillman.
Other than, I mean, most of your white guys are safeties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, most of them like to hit too.
Yeah.
So if you're physical,
White guys are crazy when it comes to hitting. We like to hit it a lot more.
yeah. Some white dudes are just out there. Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there.
I admit it, man.
They put the pads on, and oh my god, they turn in their head starts spinning, eyes rolling in the back of their head. They start talking in tongue, talk about how
We had a
killing
safety on
somebody.
our team. The white safety we had on our team, his forehead would bleed after every game because back then we wore our helmets tight. It didn't come off all the time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna find out how he really pronounces his last name.
who?
Cooper DeJean. Is it DeJean or is it Dejan?
No, he's white as DeJean.
Yeah, but they where someone said that.
Are you saying to like Dijon Mustard?
Well, someone said that he's like, what was it, Hispanic or some type of French?
Well, if his last name is Cooper DeJean, he's probably like from Louisiana.
Oh, he's Cajun.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, do the Timberwolves win tonight?
I don't know.
What's that?
You're gonna make me go to Twitter.
No, because I mean that's why Stephen A. Smith was in town.
Yeah, they were in town. He was the game didn't come on till 9.
That's
And
great.
my phone is about it was nationally televised. Hold on a minute, guys.
I know the Wild won.
I should care more about that, but I don't at all. It's like they're just like the Lynx to me.
What?
The Wild, our hockey team,
Oh, Minnesota Wild.
they just exist to exist.
Oh my God, Sarah, you call yourself a Minnesotan?
I'm not a hockey person.
And you call yourself a Minnesotan?
I hate winter and snow. Every winter, I'm like, oh, I need to get up out of here. I can't stand the snow.
With me now, as the older I get, the more I realize I can't deal with cold. It hurts me. It hurts my.
Especially,
Oh, the Bucks
Heck
won
yeah.
112 to 107.
The Bucks won.
112, 107. The Wolves were the throwbacks too.
Oh, the old school unis.
Yeah, the original ones.
oh,
Okay, Bucks got the win. Big deal. Who cares?
My Hawks shit on themselves again, like they always do.
So
Yeah, so I don't know.
yeah, Wolves lost.
so
Well,
what do you
good
think
show.
we're gonna do with that extra salary cap now? Are we gonna
Instead of giving Kirk Cousins 3 years,
Something tells me it's going to Kirk Cousins.
Instead of giving Kirk Cousins 3 years, 100 million, they give Kirk Cousins 3 years, 120 million.
Why must you torture
I love
me?
her yelling.
And here's the thing: you can pay Kirk. Do not give him any guaranteed money. Unfortunately, they're going to.
Well,
And they're gonna. You know why they're going to do that? There's nobody in the NFL that will give Kirk all the money, that guaranteed money that he wants. He's not getting it from any NFL team, especially coming off an injury. So who's stupid enough to do it? The Wilfs.
I heard this is from Dougie Wilson. He said 3 years guaranteed is a hard no, even for the Vikings. So if he's looking for 3 years guaranteed, he's not getting it from Minnesota.
He's not getting it from anybody.
Period.
He's not getting. He'll be lucky to get 2 from any other NFL. There's no NFL team out there that will give him what he wants, except the Minnesota Vikings.
And they were talking about how his value has gone up because he danced on stage. Like since he danced on stage, his
You know, it's nice he can dance on stage. Why can't his ass dance in the goddamn pocket and avoid a rush?
I fucking don't know. As I told you, that is the one thing that aggravates me the most about Cousins is that when he hits 3rd and 3, there's a hole in front of him. He could run and get 4 yards. He doesn't fucking run. He passes.
Well, okay, if he comes back this year and he does that shit, what am I going to yell at the TV? Dance, motherfucker! God.
I want video.
I just don't want to bring him back because if we bring him back, he's not going to let us draft a first-round quarterback, and that would be a shame.
No, and he's actually going to cost you. Bring him back. It is going to cost you. It's going to cost Kwesi his job. And
just like Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer said,
it's going to cost Kwesi. So basically, you know what Kirk turns into? He turns into Jay Cutler as the head coach killer.
Well, Jay Cutler's problem was he thought he was smarter than everybody else.
Yeah, he's so smart. He broke up with his girlfriend by sending her ring in the mail. Well, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
You talk about someone who's a fucking who's a massive. Trying to think of I can't think of the word right now. A narcissist.
Oh yeah, he is.
Well, no, his girl too.
Well, they were made for each other.
They're divorced now.
Yeah, because she's like he made all that money being a quarterback in the NFL. He's like, all I want to do is be on a farm, raise my farm animals.
Yeah, she wanted to spend his money.
Yeah, raise my farm animals and raise my kids. She's like,
yeah, because she was a reality
you should do something
TV
better
star.
than that? Don't you think you should like go out and have a career broadcasting or something like that? And he's like, no, I made my money. I'm happy.
You know what? I would have told her, guess what? You're still young enough. Shouldn't you have an OnlyFans account?
Yeah.
Hell, you're a reality TV star. Fuck, go on OnlyFans. Better yet,
What
hell,
show was he on?
put your skills to work. Call Brazzers.
I'm serious. I mean, I know he's not like the nicest person in the world, but come on, man, that's bullshit.
No, what's his name? I forget which quarterback, which receiver it was. Might have been, was it Marshall?
Brandon Marshall?
They said he's just a complete and total dick.
Oh, well, look, Brandon Marshall's not.
Yeah, but Brandon, I mean, he said he was worse than him.
Excuse me. Oof.
You know, but yeah.
Brandon Marshall never played in the playoff game.
Jay Cutler quit in the playoff game. He quit in the championship game. Jay Cutler quit in the championship game.
Yeah,
You're
that
6
game
minutes
against,
away from the Super Bowl, and he quit.
That game against the Eagles, right?
No, the game against the Packers.
Oh.
He quit.
I remember that 41 donut game against the Giants with the Vikings. Dante Culpepper was the only guy who did not quit in that game.
I can't
Right.
believe that Chicago has never had a 4,000-yard passer.
Well,
I
Or
know.
a
when
5,000
you look
yard
at Chicago's
receiver.
when you look at Chicago's quarterback history, and fucking a guy from the 20s is your best quarterback, still has all the damn quarterback stats. You know,
Oh my
quarterback is an
God,
issue.
for real?
Yeah, Sid Luckman.
Yeah, Sid Luckman played in the 20s and 30s, and he still owns most of the quarterback records.
He didn't play 20. He played 30s and 40s,
Yeah,
and
Oh
he
my
still
God.
has all the records. All the records.
yeah. Brandon Marshall had some mental issues. Yeah, but he has all.
Yeah, and they,
like if you
they
ever.
never had a receiver 5,000 yards. That's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, the leading receiver of all time has less than 5,000 yard career receiving yards.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, for them to be around as long as they have, yeah, they've got titles and shit, but as far as like stellar, when I think of the Bears anyway, I think of middle linebackers.
They only have one title since the Vikings have been around now.
Yeah, 85.
Yeah.
That's it.
And if the Dolphins didn't lose at the Patriots, they probably don't get that one.
They don't get that one. They don't. Yeah, because Shula put it on them in that Monday night game.
Yeah.
You know. But
They
yeah,
couldn't stop the Dolphins because Dan Marino had the quick release. He got rid of the ball before they got to him.
And that's what beat them. That's what
Yeah.
beat the 46 was that quick release. And the one that got burned the most for that Bears defense, believe it or not, Leslie Frazier.
Yeah. Jeff Fisher was a safety, right?
Fisher was on IR.
But he was a safety when he played, though, right?
He's a corner,
He was a corner? Okay.
Where did Frazier play?
cornerback.
Yeah.
Oh.
He got hurt in the Super Bowl, and that's the last game he ever played. But
Yeah.
he did play in the Super Bowl.
The Dolphins took the Patriots lightly in that championship game. That's the only reason they lost. Is they didn't think the Patriots, because living in Miami at the time and all the talk about the game and all that, just how they were talking before the game. They already had shirts printed up.
Which was a mistake on their part because the
Yep.
week before, the Patriots beat the Raiders.
Yeah.
And after the game, Matt Millen punched who did he punch? The Patriots GM or the Patriot owner at the time? On the field, he punched him. I mean,
Yeah.
he threw a literal punch.
Now, Jeff Fisher used to play in the NFL.
Yeah, Jeff Fisher played in the NFL. Matter of fact, in college, Jeff Fisher was at USC in the same defensive backfield as Ronnie Lott, Joey Browner, Dennis Smith. They were all that was USC's defensive backfield, secondary.
He played for the Raiders, right? Dennis Smith? Broncos or
Broncos.
Raiders, right?
He went to the Broncos. Lott went to the 49ers and Raiders and Jets.
That's right, because it was Smith and Atwater as safeties, right?
Yep, Smith and Atwater. And then Joey was with us.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was he was a kick returner too. Fisher was.
40. He wore 49, right?
Who? Fisher?
No, Smith.
Smith wore 49.
Right, and Fisher wore 46, I think, right?
24.
24. Okay.
Fisher was 24. Smith was 49. Joey was 47. Lott was 42.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's Southern Cal had a hell of a backfield. Did they win the championship that year?
They beat Who got the national championship that year? Was it them?
What year was here? What year was that?
79. They beat Ohio State in the Rose Bowl. And I think they might have got number 1. I'll find out in a minute.
That's a hell of a secondary.
That was 79. Let's see.
That was a hell of a basketball.
It was Alabama.
Yeah.
It was Alabama. That's the one where they beat Penn State, beat them at the goal line in the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, Penn State was number 1. I think.
Penn State was number 1 all year.
Yeah.
They were number 1 all year.
And then,
But yeah, that was that secondary right there, and they were all hitters. Only one that wasn't a hitter was Fisher. And then when they won
Go
go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, I was going to say, why are the Giants and the Jets called New York when they don't even play in New York?
Because when they started, they were both in New York.
The Jets, when the Giants for years played at Yankee Stadium, and the Jets played at Shea Stadium, and then once New York would not build a stadium for either one of them, they just moved across the river to the
they bought swampland.
It was swampland. It was basically there were nothing. It was junk, the old cars, fucking chemicals and shit. Probably some dead bodies in there. The mob dropped off.
Oh God!
But they built the stadium there, and
that's probably why players get injured there a lot.
Well, one player, they had a running back, white guy, as a matter of fact, Doug Coder. He developed cancer and passed away just after his playing days, and he wanted to blame Giant Stadium because it was built on they were dumping chemical waste there.
If you look at the old stadiums, Giants Stadium was probably the worst at this. The stadiums were not flat. The stadiums were like this. They went up in the middle, and so the water and stuff would go down. So the middle of the field was probably 2.5 to 3 inches higher than the sidelines.
You're kind of running uphill.
Yeah.
And
now all the fields are level nowadays, but it wasn't like that back then. Yeah.
But back in the day, I mean, there was like little divots in like Met Stadium where the Vikings played. Okay, here's a little secret people don't know. Everybody thought that when the baseball season was over, they put sod on the infield, right? Wrong. They just spray painted it. They literally just spray painted it, and players were still tripping over the infield.
It was actually a hazard during the multi-purpose stadiums. The ones that had natural grass were actually a hazard because when you're playing football, you wear cleats for the grass. You don't wear the cleats for the clay that's in the infield. So you would injure. You tried not to. If you were on the offense, the infield was to the one side of the field. You'd always try to use the other hash, so because it was a safety issue because your cleats would grip on the clay like they would in grass, and you would just slip.
Oh, I got one for you. This is a Metrodome one, and this is how bad artificial turf was. And the dome was multi-purpose, right? Well, for the mound and all that stuff for baseball, that was mechanical. So they would lower it and level it with a push of a button, and they would just cover it up with carpet. Okay. Gophers played Ohio State one year, and during the football game, Mart Duzbabe picks off an Ohio State pass in Ohio State territory. Now he's running, and he gets to the pitchers where the pitcher's mound area is, and you can tell it because the carpet doesn't match. He pitches it back, but when he turns around to do it, he slips. The carpet comes up. literally comes up on the field where the pitcher's mound is. Like when you're like if you kick up your living room carpet, that's what the Metrodome carpet looked like. It's a wonder he didn't tear his knee up or anything like that. It was that was a hazard.
There's artificial turf. It was pretty much what people don't. It was concrete, and when they first came out, the reason it's called AstroTurf is because the Astrodome was the first thing to have it. When it first came out, it was concrete, and then it was the turf right on top of the concrete.
Yeah, right on top of the concrete.
Eventually, they had like a 2-inch, like a 2-inch padding between the.
You get a pad underneath it
and the turf, but for the longest time, it was just concrete and then the artificial turf.
And a personal note, I played football at the Metrodome. I tore my Achilles at the Metrodome.
I never played on anything but natural grass.
I got off the line, went to make a move. My body moved, but my foot stayed. And you know when something wrong, you get that sharp burn. It's almost like somebody like shot me or something. And I knew right away
you got stabbed.
Yeah, and I knew right away I tore my Achilles. I tore it right away. And that was.
Does it hurt?
Huh?
Does it hurt?
Hurts like a motherfucker.
But eventually the pain gets so bad that it's one of those where your pain gets so bad your body just can't feel it no more.
Mm-hmm.
When Rogers tore his, he just stood like nothing was going on.
Yeah, the same thing. They both walked. I tore it and it hurt like somebody has set my foot on fire.
Speaking of that, someone actually put a YouTube video up of Aaron Rodgers' best plays in 2023. It's a 15-second video.
They need to leave that man alone.
Who was the quarterbacks that you saw that tore their Achilles? And I mean, when they went down, they were in pain.
Well, the first one I can think of, I know when Tommy Kramer got hurt, it was his knee, but he was down. He was in pain. Keith Nord tore his Achilles, and he was a special teamer, but he tore his Achilles.
Testaverde.
Oh, Vinny.
I remember him going down, and he was for the Jets, and he played for the Jets, and he was in. Oh my God! You just saw him laying on the field in pain.
What's his name? Tore his Achilles. LT.
Ain't nobody had a leg injury like Mr. Theismann though.
Well, yeah,
like Joe Theismann, yeah.
Now I'm sorry. This bit when Greenlaw was running onto the field, he goes down. I can't buy that he tore his Achilles because he grabbed the back of his hamstring.
He tore his Achilles.
Yeah, but Kurt, when he tore his Achilles, he thought his ankle was hurt.
Yeah.
So when your Achilles tears, it's not necessarily the Achilles that you feel; it's the stuff around it.
It's in the foot.
Yeah.
It's in the foot. But just for him going onto the field to tear his, which is a possibility.
That's crazy.
But it was on, and that field was on grass, right?
Yeah, but I brought. There was actually a guy. I don't know if Sarah and Steve, you guys were on. When they were talking about the guy who did the Achilles injury surgery for, I think it was either Cousins or Rodgers. I'm not sure. He said that he's not surprised that he's starting to see more Achilles tears because just the wear and tear on the Achilles, and with the players being bigger and stronger than they ever have been, they're not doing any new exercises or any stretching for the Achilles.
Yeah, this year has been a record for injuries, it seems like.
Yeah, and guess what? The NFL will make another rule for it. Unfortunately, they'll make another rule.
Yeah, because they thought this turf stuff. No, well, the last two of them were on natural grass. So there goes that.
Well, you know what? They always talk about player safety, right? But the head of the Players Association is, when they bring that up, he's like, oh, are they going to replace the turf? Are they going to change the playing surface? Because that's the biggest problem.
I miss the muddy fields.
Yeah, I don't. You're never going to see those because now they got the drainage system. They got. They won't play in rain. They'll postpone the game until it clears up. They barely want to play.
I remember the Dolphins Steeler game in that monsoon that they played in.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there was like 3 or 4, like in the stands. The water was like this deep in the stands.
Yeah, and guess
Oh
what?
my
They would have
God.
that game would have been called today.
Wasn't there another one? Seattle and Kansas City back in the 80s.
Well, they had the one in the 70s. It was Tampa Bay and Kansas City.
Yeah.
Well, this
In
one
Tampa Bay,
this
it
is-
was a
this
3-0 game.
This is when I think Derek Thomas was still alive and he played for the Chiefs.
Oh yeah, they got
Seattle.
pictures. Yeah, that's it was it Tampa Bay?
Seattle.
Seattle. It was Seattle. Yeah, that was at Riverfront or Arrowhead. Yeah, that was at Arrowhead.
Did you see where this guy I watch here on YouTube? He brought up a thing again about apparently. If you tell me, Teeb, if you or Cash, if you know anything about this, because it was said long ago, but apparently now the Chiefs are. It's about them. They might have to change their name.
No, they're not changing their name.
Or whatever. I mean, well, this guy was talking about it again, and I guess I don't quote me on that, but I guess because, like, you know, they're not allowed to do the tomahawk chop anymore. They're not allowed wearing any of the Native American headdresses in the stadium and whatever. And something was just brought up again. I just saw a couple days ago.
Well, the headdress thing I can kind of understand because to the Native American culture, that's sacred.
Right.
I can understand
They
that.
need to just pick a damn animal for their mascot.
Well,
You know-
here's the thing. Here's why Chiefs itself is not offensive, because you have chief of police, you get the fire chief. So
Right, but for
And
the
different,
fact
and
that-
different. I mean, put it this way: you know, the Native Americans weren't the only ones that have chiefs. There
Yeah.
were chiefs in Africa too, in different tribes.
yeah.
You had chiefs. Chiefs are a general name. America just figures when they think chiefs, they think Native American.
Right.
Well, number one, Kansas City, they stole that from Florida State anyway, just like the Atlanta Braves did.
Yeah, because Kansas City was the Dallas Texans.
Right. And then the Kansas City Chiefs with talking about the tomahawk chop, they stole that from Florida State, as did the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, so they're not going to change the name. And I've already explained why Washington changed their name.
Right.
I've already explained
that.
it. Yeah, you don't have that with.
If the owners of the team now were the owners when it was called to change the team, they'd probably still be called the Redskins.
Right. No, they would still be called the Redskins if Daniel Snyder wasn't such an asshole. Bottom line.
He's got to be the worst owner ever.
Yeah, bottom line, if Daniel Snyder wasn't an asshole, they would still be called the Redskins. I don't care what anybody says. But Daniel Snyder was shown to be such a racist prick that the NFL, and then when you threaten the other owners.
Didn't he also get in trouble for like sexual assault charges?
Yes, he was playing grab ass with the women in the office.
Like he's another Vince McMahon.
Yes, and guess what? Roger Goodell helped cover that up.
This only Vince
Wow.
McMahon just wishes he had the money that Snyder does.
Roger Goodell helped cover it up. The thing that got Snyder so much trouble was when he threatened to out the other owners,
Mm-hmm.
namely Jerry Jones. He was going to out them. And then they were like, you know what? We've got to get him out of here. He's gone.
Did he steal? Well, and he stole too, right?
Huh?
Yeah, wasn't it something like he stole profits where he wasn't sharing it with the rest of the owners?
Yeah, there was that too. He was stealing money. He wasn't giving the opposing team all their money from
a
ticket
creep.
sales. And plus, here's the thing with the Washington team. They're trying to get a stadium in Washington, D.C. You've got to be on good grounds in order to get that. And Daniel Snyder was too polarizing of a jackass and an a-hole that nobody would want to do business with him.
Well,
When the namesake of the stadium decides to pull out from sponsorship, you got issues.
there's rumors that the Jets actually want their own stadium in New Jersey.
No, they want their own stadium in New York. They want it in New York. They're thinking if they build them a stadium, it would be in.
Brooklyn.
What did they say? Catch Brooklyn?
Yeah, the Jets were trying to build a stadium in Manhattan.
Manhattan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It would be
Manhattan.
a bitch to drive down there for a game, though. Ooh.
Well, you know what though? New York's not as. I don't think New York is as crowded as it used to be. I don't think it is. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's not as crowded as it was.
Yeah.
I know they got a rat problem, but
I will never bitch about our traffic jams ever again after being in California.
you know why the traffic in the Twin Cities is so bad? Because we got dumbass drivers.
Oh, can someone explain to me?
That's the only. That's why.
This is a serious question. Do people in Minnesota not use zippers?
Well, if we did,
What?
be open all the time, and it would get kind of, when it gets cold,
Because
your privates would get cold. We'd have to zip it up.
okay,
Are you talking traffic?
so I understand that. Okay, so Minnesotans know how a zipper works.
Yeah.
A zipper traffic works the exact same way.
What's
I
the
don't
point?
know why they can't get that down.
It's Minnesota.
That causes 90% of the traffic issues.
No.
When I drive, my
What
alter
causes
ego
90% of the problems, the issues, is the uninsured drivers who shouldn't be driving in the first place, and 70% of them don't have a license. They got a new car, but they don't have a license.
You know what irritates me? Driving and there's an accident on the other side of the freaking freeway where there's a fucking medium.
Oh, the gawkers.
Where's the worst
Yes.
driving up there at?
The worst driving in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Well, it's not. I mean, the worst. If you hit the bottleneck in the Twin Cities during traffic, it could be bad, but it's not.
Is the traffic bad?
No, it's not. Bad.
No.
We just
It's-
have
nothing
Indian
like-
drivers.
It's nothing like Houston rush hour traffic or Austin traffic.
Right. Our rush hour lasts what, Sarah? 2 hours and it's over. If that.
And I mean the only part that's congested is like about 10 miles.
Yeah, 10 miles.
Just like out in California on the 101, that gets hit.
Well, you got a bigger population out there too.
I heard the 405 is called the 405 because it takes 4 or 5 hours.
I mean, what's
to get anywhere.
What's
Yeah.
crazy is that out there on the 101, the traffic's so backed up. You got people on their motorcycles going right between the cars.
Well, it's legal in California.
That's legal.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
legal in California to solve the traffic problem that motorcycles can go in between the lanes.
Yeah.
We've got. Wait a minute. Now, Sarah, correct me on this. Don't we have what lanes do we have on the freeways? Just the bus lanes?
Yep.
That's it. Bus lanes.
Yep.
you guys have the carpool thing.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, we do. We have that too. I don't know anybody who even carpools anymore.
Put a
Because
mannequin
I
in the
was,
passenger.
I was thinking, if I had my dog with me, could I use the carpool lane? Because technically there's two of us.
Yeah, you could. I did it all the time when I had my dogs.
Put a
Now, is it-
mannequin-
Really?
Yeah, I did it all the time.
Is it big up there to where there's also a lot of taxis?
The taxes up here are high. The only thing
Taxis or taxes?
taxes.
No, taxis.
Tax.
No, everybody Ubers and Lyfts.
Everybody Ubers.
Ubers, okay.
Yeah, everybody Ubers. The taxis are owned by most of the taxis are run by immigrants.
The only people who really use taxis nowadays are like these corporations
Yeah.
who have a contract with a taxi.
Yeah.
Like in New York.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Well,
they
and
have
I use for me, I use a taxi for medical to go when I go to my doctor's appointments because I can do that. It works with my medical insurance.
What about
because
buses?
they pay for the taxi ride.
Oh, we got buses up the buses up the wazoo up here.
Okay.
We actually have really good public transportation here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do. The cabs nowadays, and I hope nobody takes this the wrong way, they're usually driven by Akbar, Ahmad, and whatever his name is that I can't pronounce, but they drive the taxis.
Where's the biggest airport up there?
Twin Cities International.
Okay.
That's kind of between both cities.
Yep.
it keeps getting bigger and bigger. But
There
yeah.
are taxis here, but 90% of people drive their own cars here, or
and here everybody Ubers.
or they
Like, 'cause I
use
think
Uber
what-
or Lyft. Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
everybody
just so much
Ubers. Here.
easier to Uber.
Lyft is
Mhm.
way easier than Uber.
So I think Dallas has the second biggest airport in the country.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chicago and Atlanta are the biggest two airports.
Well, I know Dallas is up there.
I think O'Hara and Atlanta is Trisha could probably.
Because I've been to
She
Dallas.
knows
O'Hara,
about Atlanta. She's from Atlanta, right, Trisha?
No, Trisha's been to Atlanta numerous times though. She lives in California,
Right.
but she's been to Atlanta numerous times.
Because I know Atlanta is where Delta's headquarters is at. That's where
What
they
part of
keep all their
California is she
planes.
at?
Vacaville.
Okay. Because I got
Is
to.
that south or?
Yeah, and guess where Delta used to be? It used to be in Minneapolis.
Where
Here.
the Vikings' current site is where the old Northwest Airlines headquarters used to be.
Yeah, where the headquarters is, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny? The Wilfs bought that cheap. It was, the land was basically just
It was empty for how many years? Because didn't that plane crash killed Northwest, right? That last plane crash they had killed them, I think, right?
yeah.
There was a plane crash here.
Yeah, there was it was
No, the airline. The airline.
The airline had a crash. And but then they merged with Delta. And
Yeah.
Delta slowly changed their hub from Minneapolis to ATL.
Yeah.
And then that, which the old Northwest site was empty, and it was cheap, and the Wilfs got it cheap, and now that's another one where they are making a profit.
Now, are you
Is
guys?
that where TCO is now?
Yeah, that's where TCO is. Yeah,
Now, are you guys close to Mall of America?
I'm not far from it. It's in Bloomington.
Yeah.
Mall of America
We're not
was
far,
built
but
on
we're
the
not
old Met
close.
Stadium site.
We're not close, but we're not far. I'm closer
Yeah.
to the Vikings stadium. I could literally walk there. That's how close I am.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not far from the Twin Stadium. So, but Mall of America is like,
all our sporting venues. They're like right by each other, except for the Wild.
yeah, the Wild ended up in
Wow,
St.
had to be different. They got to play in St. Paul.
Yeah, the Wild. Well, and what's his name did that? Norm Coleman.
Yeah.
They had to get rid of the Civic Center, which I saw more concerts there than anything. And they built Excel and they got the Wild. But
Yeah, because Target Stadium, Target Field, and U.S. Bank, they're all within walking distance of each other.
and if they're at like they're at like one end of downtown, so all you got to do is hop on the train to get to the other end.
Yeah, the train will bring you to all three.
Yep.
We don't have
stages.
We don't have trains here.
Yeah, we just got them. We've
Like
had
the
them for
like the light rail.
yeah.
No,
We just got it like 20 years ago.
You're in San Antonio, right, Catch?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah,
I
we
love
just
the light rail.
The buses run 24 hours, but there's no train.
they used to have some buses run here 24 hours. Only problem was, especially when it was cold, the homeless would get on there and basically sleep.
Well, they do that on the light rail now.
Yeah, they do that on the light rail now too.
We really don't have that issue here.
Oh, here's the bitch over where I live, Sarah. We got a tent city.
It went up.
They opened up a tent city right by an apartment complex. So basically, folks step out on their balcony, they're looking at a fucking tent city.
Vacaville.
Well, that's the one thing about living in San Antonio, man. As soon as tent city goes up, the city comes in and shuts that shit
Well,
down.
these ones, I guess, were moved from one area. Now they've moved to this area, so it'll only be a matter of time till they're moved again.
And if they keep going back to the same spot, if you're ever in San Antonio, you drive under an underpass, you'll see it. Chain link fence around, like you'll see like a whole open area, chain link fence. But every 11 inches or so, a little concrete, like a concrete spiky like pyramid thing.
Well, they got it.
And it just grows.
Once they, because I mean, they got a set up over there. It looks like a tailgate thing, but it's not. They got tents set up. They've even got. They're having fires over there. Somebody's got a propane tank for heat over there. I'm like, y'all.
Yeah, there's people in Texas. I don't know if they have this in Minnesota, but in Texas, they have the interstate, and then they have a road next to it called frontage or the 410 or the I-35 access road. It runs parallel with the interstate. So you have the interstate here, and you have the road here, and there's a gap, and there's walls, and there's a gap. You'll see people living in that gap in the road, but of course they come in and they get rid of them. San Antonio, instead of taking people like they do in some places, like they do in New York, where they take schools and they're putting people in, San Antonio finds a building that's been abandoned. They fix it up a little bit, and they go in there. Or there's these tiny home communities where they put them. They don't want San Antonio to turn into Austin, because if you go to Austin, it looks like parts of California.
Well, see, and that's the problem here. They've actually done that here with some of the stuff, but here's the problem: the people that are homeless, they have some sort of an addiction, so they're not even trying to get the help that they need. They're so focused on their whatever the problem is.
They're
they don't see the big picture. So
it's impossible to be homeless in like Minnesota, man, because during the winter.
You know what? I was homeless for a year, and
some people choose to be homeless too. I know that doesn't sound.
There are some people that choose to be homeless. There are some
that
won't live up.
Like, it's so cold here in the winters that it's like you would freeze to death sleeping outside.
Yeah, and you know what? They've got their tents and everything. Them suckers are made up. I mean, it's.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's bad in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sunset Strip is really bad.
I'm about 4.5 hours away from Houston. There are. We lived in Houston because we first moved to Texas. My wife was doing travel nursing, so we lived in Houston. We lived in Austin. And we lived in San Antonio. I liked Houston. My wife didn't like it. It was too big of a city for her. Plus, it floods like crazy. Austin is by far the meanest, brutest, nastiest city in Texas. And then, of course, San Antonio, even though San Antonio is the seventh largest city in America, it feels like a small town, if that makes any sense.
You live by Shawn Michaels?
I don't know. I don't even know where he lives.
He's San Antonio. He's got a big ranch.
I live probably 15 minutes from Tommy. I think I live about 15 minutes from Tommy Lee Jones.
San Antonio's that big that it can be a city and you can still have a ranch in the city?
San Antonio. Yeah, San Antonio
is.
Has, in the city of Bexar County, where I live, it's a total of, I think it's 1.9 million people. And you don't feel claustrophobic at all.
Now, upper Minneapolis or Minnesota, is there like really bad areas like you would not want to be caught in?
I mean, for like in our terms, it's bad, but like I think like from people who are like from like the big cities, like it's not really. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't matter what big city you live in. There's always one area that you should not belong to.
Only place I won't go, and I've lived here all my life because I've had problems over there for years. East St. Paul.
Yeah, I hate East St. Paul.
I won't go to East St. Paul.
Okay.
I was born and raised in St. Paul. I'll barely go to St. Paul. I'm just going to be honest.
The southwest side of San Antonio, you don't want to be there at nighttime.
No, but I'm saying like our ghetto is so mild compared to like other big cities. Places.
I mean, our ghetto looks like the suburbs.
Our ghetto is not the typical ghetto.
Yeah.
Ours is like the MS-13 type of ghetto.
And see where I live right now, I'm living in Minneapolis. and I live in an apartment, but it's like a bunch of row apartments, those old school brick apartments. And there's a big row of them, but it doesn't look like the ghetto. It doesn't look like the hood, put it that way. And there's a park across the street. It's, and that's probably, I think the worst is like deeper in South Minneapolis. Would you say that, Sarah?
Yeah. Well, I mean, get this, like in St. Paul, right? You have like the richest neighborhood, and 2 blocks behind it is like the ghettoest part of St. Paul.
Yeah.
That's how weird it is.
Yeah. And that would be like from like in East St. Paul to Maplewood, parts of Maplewood.
There's
Stuff
4.
like, right, Sarah? Like there's like East St. Paul and right next to Maplewood.
No, I'm talking about Summit and Selby.
Oh God, yeah. And that was even bad when I grew up over there. It was really bad in the 70s.
Though. Like Summit and Selby is separated by like just like the 2-3 blocks. Yet it's the richest part of St. Paul and like the poorest part of St. Paul.
Yeah, and I grew up on St. Anthony, which is right off of 94 and Dale.
Yeah, there's a.
Yeah, it's just weird. I'm like, there's an invincible fence that when you cross into Summit, you get zapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, in San Antonio, there's 4 zip
It's
codes,
just
4
weird
cities.
though that like they coexist like that, and they have been for like ever.
Well, see here
is where all the big houses are.
Yeah, for here, because years ago, like where Interstate 94 is, that was a neighborhood and it was predominantly black. It was Rondo. And so when they got rid of Rondo, they displaced a lot of people.
When they built 94, right?
Yeah.
Because they had to tear down to build 94, right?
Yeah, they tore all that down to build 94. Yeah.
There's 4 like really. You got the Dominion in San Antonio. That's where all the really, 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 really rich people live. Like lawyers and like the Spurs players. That's where they live.
Mm-hmm. See here, years ago, if you had money, like most of the Viking players, at one time lived in Edina, Minnesota, because that's where all the money was. That's where Ric Flair is from, Edina. Yeah. Then they moved to southern Minnesota. A lot of them lived in Lakeville. Matt Blair lived in Lakeville. And then like Eden Prairie, when they built the complex out there, all of a sudden Eden Prairie. So it was kind of dispersed, but there was now, where's TCO located?
Egan
is the new one.
Eden Prairie, right?
No, it's Egan. It's the new TCO's in Egan.
Yep.
The Eden Prairie
by the airport.
Yeah, the Eden Prairie complex, they sold it.
Is it Eden Prairie considered upscale though?
It used to be, yeah. Still is.
Yep.
Still is. But now it's Egan. Egan is kind of like taking that over.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's.
You guys were talking about like the rich neighborhood and the ghetto right next to it. That really doesn't exist here. Like
like here.
Like the northeast side where I live is like I'm not sure where the Dominion is. I think that's a little bit west, but Terrell Heights and Alamo Heights. Alamo Heights is where I live, and there's another one called Lincoln Heights. Those are probably the 4 most upper class areas to live in, and the areas surrounding those, they're not as like a house in the zip code I live in would probably be for like, I don't know, 330,000. You go across the interstate to the other side, same size house is about 200.
Yes,
it's just a change in the zip code, but it's not any less safe over there. If like you can walk down the sidewalk at this time of day and nothing's going to happen to you. But there's parts, the southwest side of San Antonio, inside the 410 loop, because 410 kind of does like a loop around San Antonio. It's like a big old loop. Anything inside that 410, especially on the southwest side, you don't want to be there at night.
We don't have that. We don't really have that problem.
Yeah.
It's pretty much
Like-
you can.
Summit Avenue, you got like $1 million mansions. And then
Yeah, those
Selby
old school
Avenue,
mansions. Yeah.
Selby Avenue, it's like it's like I mean, it's supposed to be the bad part of a bad neighborhood, but I mean the houses are still nice.
It's not
You know?
even. I think now it's cleaned up so much.
Yeah.
The worst part of St. Paul has got to be
It's the east side now.
it's the east side, Maryland Avenue, White Bear Avenue. That's got to be. Those are the worst. But yeah. Other than that, we really don't have those issues. We do, but we don't.
Yeah, like I mean, Frogtown is considered bad. You know.
Yeah, Frogtown. I grew up in Frogtown. I'm like, Frogtown is right now. There's nothing going on over in Frogtown.
There's actually a city called Frogtown.
Huh?
No, it's an area dubbed it.
It's dubbed Frogtown because years ago it used to be swampland.
Are they really trying to change the name of Coon Rapids?
No.
Are they?
No.
I heard that. I thought I saw a rumor that they were trying to change the name. Of Coon
No.
Rapids.
Why? It's named after a raccoon.
So, well, I know.
They're not going to change it. They're not going to change Coon Rapids. No, and if they were going to change Coon, I mean, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right.
No, they're not going to change Coon Rapids.
So that's just more. Is that just more people like me telling people what they should be offended by?
Yeah, we got a town here called Gaylord. Is that offending somebody?
Probably. People find anything to be offended about nowadays.
I'm offended by St. Paul. There ain't no saints over in that damn town.
Prince was a saint. What you talking about?
Prince is from Minneapolis.
I know. I'm just saying.
I sure wouldn't want to live in Gaylord though, because I wouldn't be able to find a heterosexual guy at all.
Well,
we're talking about Sarah. You're a dyke. Are you perfect?
Yeah. Jeez, make up your mind, woman.
Well, San Antonio is Saint Antonio, so we got goddamn missions here. So I think we got like 6 missions within the city limits of San Antonio.
St. Paul used to be very quiet, but now it's like all that has like.
Oh, that went by the way. My part of town right here is actually quieter than St. Paul, especially the east side.
I'm not hearing any sirens tonight,
and
so
I'm in
that's
North
good.
Minneapolis.
Yeah, North Minneapolis too. I mean, it depends on where the riffraffs go.
Do you know, like, because I'm off of 49th and 53rd, Camden. I'm over there.
You're over
So
on Camden,
has the Somalian area got better?
I'm near the Somalian area.
So it's gotten better then, because I heard like 5 or 6 years ago, like that wasn't a place to be.
That's what's that? Cedar Towers, right?
Cedar Tower, Cedar Village. That's over there by the U.
Yeah, by Fairview.
Right off of 94. It's calmed down, and they used to be all in one area at one time. Now they've moved out. They're getting into the burbs now. They're not bad. Here's the problem. We got a bunch of out-of-towners coming in, and the only thing they're up here for is to commit crime.
Well, that's the Houston crime went up after Katrina because New Orleans was one of the worst cities to live in. Then after Katrina, Houston took a bunch of those guys in, and they were supposed to go back after New Orleans, but
they never did.
Back.
Never did.
And committed the same thing in Houston. It's gone down now, but when they first got to Houston,
well, here's the kicker about New Orleans. They only fixed up the parts that got the tourist.
Yeah,
the bunch of the wards are still bad. I mean, basically, like with the NFL, you had to get the NFL back.
Well, the ninth ward is really bad, so I understand.
Right, you had to get to places where the tourists come and where they spend the money to look good. But there's a lot of wards that are still bad. A lot of them that are still bad.
One of our biggest problems here is carjacking by like young kids.
That's everywhere.
No, but it's gotten like really bad here.
It's been escalated here. My
How
buddy
do they,
got
do they
carjacked.
do they actually prosecute him in Minneapolis, or did they let him go? What did they
It
do?
depends on if they're juvies.
Because it doesn't matter if they're
And
juvies
most
here or
of the
not.
carjackings are done by juvies.
Yeah,
It
most of
doesn't-
the carjackings are juvies.
It doesn't matter if they're juvies here or not. They still get punished.
See up
I mean,
here,
obviously,
Yeah,
it's less. It's less for a juvie, but they don't get away scot. They don't get just released because they're juvies.
I think
My friend's aunt, she was killed in a car accident because some carjacker stole a car and hit them.
Oh, I heard about that.
And then the street, the meat street ups where they block intersections.
Yeah.
They don't do that in San Antonio anymore because if you get caught, you go to jail and your car gets confiscated.
There's
There's no tolerance for that at all here.
they've had a couple of places where they used to have, I call them Fast and Furious meetups.
Yeah.
They kept moving them around. They had them over here off of Lake Street here not too long ago, and they got busted. And then they just find another spot.
It's weird because like they gather over by where I live in that where that Walmart used to be on Shingle Creek.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right across from there is the LA Fitness, and so they would gather in that parking lot and gather there till about midnight,
Here, a cop
and then take off. And like it's weird because like the patrol cars, they sit there and just wait, but they let them gather there.
They let them gather, but as long as they ain't racing, they're fine.
Yeah, as long you can have a car meet where you park in parking lots and park your cars, people can look at them and stuff like that. They don't mind that. It's when you start doing the donuts in the middle of the intersection and blocking 4 ways of traffic, that's when they get in trouble.
Yeah,
And I think they choose that area right there because you just hop right onto Highway 100 from there.
Yeah, and there's a ton of spots off 100 where they can race.
Yep.
There's a ton
Are they strict up there with the whole phone in the car thing?
It's a $500 fine.
It depends, yeah.
It's a $500 fine. First offense.
Oh, where you're at?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
because they
here
have
it
to do it law here. I think like you can't even like hold if like say you're holding your phone because you're trying to look at the navigation while you're driving, right?
it has to be hands free.
It has to be hands-free. So if
It has
you
to be
need to hold
hands-free.
your phone, if you
Yeah.
need to hold your phone for directions, you got to pull into a parking lot, like a gas station or something like that, to correct it. Even if you're stopped at a stoplight and you're looking at your phone, they'll give you they'll pull you over. And give you a $500 ticket.
Well, here it's not. Here, the first offense, it's $100. Second time, it's $200. The third time, it's $300. And I think after that, they take your phone.
Well, people can't drive in Texas, so
Do you
So
guys
it doesn't-
have like click it or ticket where you have to have a seatbelt on?
that's pretty much everywhere.
That's everywhere.
Yeah,
Even
here.
the passenger?
Yep, unless you're an adult riding in the back seat. If you're an adult riding in the back seat, you don't have to worry.
Yeah, I don't think do we got to worry about back seats, Sarah?
I don't know. I've never been in the back seat.
I
don't believe that.
in the back seats. When I have rode in the back seat, I've never had to buckle up, but the front people did. So,
Unless Sarah's been in 2-seaters her whole life, I don't believe she's never been in the back seat. You had to be in the back seat sometime as a kid.
Yeah, no, I don't know that.
oh my god. Well, on that note, folks.
We're 4 hours again, fellas and ladies.
Yeah, see what you
Yeah,
do,
it's my
Sarah?
fault.
You make us talk 4 hours. My God.
Sorry.
It's all Sarah's fault.
Well, just wait till Trisha
Every
gets
time
on.
Sarah joins, it's 4.5 to 5 hour show.
I'm just telling you right now.
Talking about nothing.
If Trisha ever gets on here, we're just gonna have to sit here and just let her and Sarah talk because we're not gonna get a word in.
Yeah. No, she needs to come on so we can have a Falcon perspective.
Why is she afraid to come on?
I don't think she's got a. She does everything on her phone.
Oh.
She just doesn't want to. She doesn't want to do that.
Oh.
So, and like she said too, is she'd probably get us kicked off the air with her language.
As long as you got the little thing on and you mark the channel not safe for kids.
Well, I can tell you right now, if you're talking about Kirk Cousins, every other word out of her mouth is going to be F, F, F.
Oh, I knew that one dude hasn't been back.
Which one?
I can't think.
George?
Was it George?
George got mad at me last week because he says I got political.
Yeah. And you said something about red hats?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I offended him when I said red hats. So you know where his allegiance is. That's all I'm going to say.
No.
But yeah, he hasn't come back.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I ain't
And
crying.
then we also had another guy tell us that our show is a perfect example of why there's too many podcasts. Our show is just stupid.
Yeah, and I said, thanks for
he
listening.
listens to it.
But he was here like most of the show.
Yeah, I told him, well, gee, we're really stupid, but thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes like people get like I don't know, like people are so damn sensitive. Like like there's certain things I don't like, right? So I just don't watch like that type of stuff because it's just gonna piss me off. You know?
I just ignore. You ignore. If you don't like it, it's like you
Right.
don't have to listen to it. Just move on.
Right.
You got options. That's what I tell people. Like whenever I bring up like people didn't like my Kirk Cousins rants. Well, guess what? If you don't like what I got to say, keep scrolling. But since you did take the time to listen to it, thanks for listening.
Like no offense, but I don't really listen to Dave's show because Dave is just too much of a Kirk fan, so I can't stand it.
Oh, I go on. Dave is the one with what's his name though? Isn't he Thor?
He does the no. She's talking about the other day. She's talking about the Viking sports talk guy, the guy that goes on with the GG guys.
Is he a
There's
Kirk
two
guy?
Daves. There's a guy who does
He is
first
a
and
Kirk
Skull.
Crusader.
There's two Daves. There's a Dave who does first and Skull with Thor, the guy who has the beard.
Right.
And then there's the other Dave who does a show with the GG boys who lives down in Florida. It's called Minnesota Sports Talk or something like that.
Oh, okay.
He's a Kirk stan.
Okay.
Yeah, I made him #1 Kirk stan. Sure.
And he's actually lessened his Kirk stance. Like before he was the guy who we got to sign Kirk Cousins no matter what and all that. But I think we've kind of wore him down to where he's okay.
No. I don't buy that one bit. No.
In other words, he doesn't know. In other words, he really doesn't know anything about football.
Well, I mean, he just likes Kirk a little too much.
In other words, he doesn't know anything about football.
I didn't want to say that.
Ooh! Oh my God, Trisha, you went there.
Where did she go?
Sarah loves Cousins.
Yeah, in like a parallel universe.
I think Sarah loves Cousins in that red and black of Atlanta.
Oh Jesus! Oh my God!
I'm gonna get Tony yelled at. So
yeah, you are.
How come those motherfuckers on your show always said they say Kirk Cousins going to Atlanta? He ain't coming here.
No, first guy I'm up to be fuck Kirk Cousins.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. And all the smoke is pointing to Falcons.
Well,
Watch Kirk Cousins go to Atlanta and win a fucking Super Bowl.
She did bring that up too. She's like, well, what if he comes here and wins the Super Bowl? I'm like, fuck you too. She's like, you never know. He could come down to Atlanta and get us to a Super Bowl.
It's going to be 4th and 1, and he's going to throw it like a yard short, and the season will be over.
You know what'll happen? It'll be they'll have it at the goal line in the Super Bowl. Kirk is a quarterback. He'll freeze up and he'll overthrow either Drake. He'll either overthrow London or Pitts and get him killed.
Or the Falcons will find the smallest player on the offensive side of the ball and try to help push him into the end zone. That's another reason why KOC sucks. Brandon fucking Powell is the pusher.
And you called the play twice. It didn't work the first time. Let's run it again.
You got fucking CJ Ham. You got fucking Oliver. You use Brandon.
Yeah, like fucking use Oliver. All he has to do is fall forward, and you got a first down. Like, god damn.
Oh, the pain
Right?
On that note.
Double Viking thing.
I'm just saying, like, give the damn ball to Oliver. He just has to fall forward, and he's already got a first down. He's that damn big. I don't understand.
Yeah, you and every other Viking fan don't understand that call. I think the players don't. I think that's where, when that play was called, that's where you saw the friction between Flores and
I can understand the first time. Hey, oh wow, they're using the smallest guy to
he
push.
ran it twice.
You didn't run the exact same play. With the
Who's
same,
smaller,
if you would have run the
Addison
exact
or-
same play, fine, but use a different pusher.
He ran it twice.
If
Like-
only we had done that on first down, so that we can get. So on the third try, it would have been a charm, because third time's a charm. It would have worked
Yeah,
the third time.
but then there's
But we-
Viking logic.
But we ran out of downs.
God.
Is Powell smaller or Addison?
Paul
I think
smaller than
Powell
Addison. Addison ain't gonna push anybody. My God,
He'll get pushed out of
Addison's
the way.
taller than Powell.
he's taller than Paul, but he's not. I mean,
They weigh about the same.
yeah, oh God. And on that note, people,
We might be on tomorrow night with Zoe. We're not sure yet, but
not
Thank
sure
you,
yet.
thank you everybody for joining. Steve, Sarah, thank you as usual. All the people in the chat, to
Anytime.
Evil, to Evil, JT, Trisha, Bob was here earlier. We appreciate everybody for joining as usual.
Our next vintage, we'll get more into the history. We'll probably have a show set up.
We just didn't. I didn't have internet for 2 days. Tony and I were
Right.
scrambling for a show. We just said,
And
hey,
I
let's just do a
figured
poll.
to let
Yeah.
people come on, ask their history questions, and we did talk about history some tonight.
Yeah.
So, thank you everybody for tuning in. Sarah, Steve, Trisha, love you, baby. JD, anybody I
So we're
missed?
back at our normal time on Wednesday at 9:30.
Right.
Vikings, let's win this game. Skol Vikings, honor in the name. Go get that first down, then get a touchdown. Rock 'em, sock 'em.